At present, we aren't live streaming to YouTube, but we believe it is recording so that can be fixed later. I declare the Ordinary Council meeting of the 22nd of June 2021, held in Council Chambers at the City of Subiaco, open at 5:42 p.m. I welcome councillors, staff, the media and members of the community. On behalf of the City of Subiaco, I acknowledge the Whadjuk Noongar people as the traditional custodians of this area. We recognise their cultural connection to the land and waterways of Subiaco and their continuing contribution to our city. Please note that this meeting is being recorded and may be live streamed. By being present at this meeting, members of the public consent to the possibility that their image and voice may be live streamed to the public. Recordings will be made available on the City's website following the meeting. So councillors, we move to item 2, attendance, apologies and leave of absence, which I believe we have none. But we do have a large number of disclosures of interest. So just so we, as I asked last week, if we can get through this in an orderly fashion, I believe we've probably got at least 25 to get through. So we might start at one end of the table and work our way up, please. If you'd like to go first. Thank you, Councillor Phelan.
I, Councillor Blake Phelan, wish to declare an interest in the following items to be considered by Council at its meeting to be held on the 22nd of June 2021. Agenda item C11, C2 and C5, of which all have the same interest of impartiality pursuant to clause 22 of the Code of Conduct for Council members, committee members and candidates. The nature of my interest is for C11, the Council is required to respond to the authorised inquiry report and I am named in the report. C2, Matt Davis, the Principal of Clopper and Davis, is a fellow councillor. And C5, the residence Ruby Hutchinson House, owned by former councillor Julie Matheson, who is a partner of my father and a friend and which I reside at, is mentioned in the report. This will not influence how I vote in the item.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. I, Murray Rowe, wish to declare an interest in the following items to be considered by Council at its meeting held on the 22nd of the 6th, 21. That being agenda items C2 and C11. Type of interest I wish to declare is impartiality pursuant to clause 22.2 of the Code of Conduct for Council members, committee members and candidates. The nature of my business is the applicant is a fellow councillor and is known to me. And that's all that's on that page. Thank you.
Councillor Rowe, I think all of us have been suggested that we do the authorised inquiry one as well, so that would be one for C11? That was C11 that I called. Oh, sorry, I thought you said C2. Or did you call both and I just wrote down one? Sorry about that. Okay, apologies. Councillor Davis?
I, Councillor Matthew Davis, wish to declare an interest in the following item to be considered by Council at its meeting to be held on Tuesday the 22nd of June. Agenda item C2. The type of interest I wish to declare is financial pursuant to section 5.60A of the Local Government Act 1995. The nature of my interest is I am a partner at Clopper and Davis Architects who are engaged as the architects for the proposal at C2 of tonight's agenda.
Councillor Powell?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I, Rick Powell, wish to declare an interest in the following item to be considered by the Council at its meeting to be held on the 22nd of June 2021. Agenda item C1. The proposed development is in the South Ward and some of the objectors are known to me. For the public record, I have no industry or financial association with the proposed development. Another one. I, Rick Power, wish to declare an interest in the following item to be considered by the Council at the meeting to be held on the 22nd of June 2021. Agenda item C2. One of the architects for the proposed development is fellow councillor Matt Davis. For the public record, I have no industry, financial or other association with the proposed project. I, Rick Powell, wish to declare an interest in the following item to be considered by the Council at its meeting to be held on the 22nd of June 2021, agenda item C11. It's an impartiality interest, as are the other two, under pursuant to Regulation 11 of the Local Government Rules of Conduct Regulations 2007. The nature of my interest is I am named in the inquiry report. While the report has no adverse findings against me individually, it contains adverse reflections on the Council and unspecified persons. I understand that the above information will be recorded in the minutes of the meeting and recorded by the Chief Executive in an appropriate register. Thank you.
I, Councillor Matt Davis, wish to declare an interest in the following item to be considered by Council at its meeting to be held on 22nd of June 21. Agenda item C11. The type of interest I wish to declare is impartiality pursuant to clause 22(2) of the Code of Conduct for Council members, committee members and candidates. The nature of my interest is that the Council is required to respond to the authorised inquiry report, and I am named in the report.
I, Councillor David McMullen, wish to declare an interest in agenda items C2 and C11. The type of interest I wish to declare is an impartiality interest in respect of each. The nature of my interest is, in relation to C2, Councillor Matt Davis is a director of the architecture firm engaged in respect of the development proposal, which is the subject of item C2. And in respect of item C11, the Council is required to respond to the authorised inquiry report, and I'm named in the report.
Thank you. Sure.
Thank you, Mayor. I've got 3 declarations. I, Lynette Jennings, wish to declare an interest in the following items to be considered by Council at its meeting to be held on 22 June 2021, and they are agenda items C2, C11 and 11.1. They are all impartiality interests pursuant to clause 22(2) of the Code of Conduct, etc. The nature of my interest in regards to C2 is that Clopper and Davis are the architects for the development, the subject of item C2. Matt Davis, a fellow councillor, is, as far as I'm aware, a director of Clopper and Davis Architects. The disclosure in respect of agenda item C11 is the nature of my interest is in the authorised inquiry report. I'm mentioned either by name directly or indirectly as part of council, or where the title elected member is used, and this may be intended to refer to me. Some of those references involve negative or adverse comment, opinion or implication, which I have challenged and sought to correct in my written response to the draft inquiry report, with the only corrections made that I could identify concerning ward numbers, number of councillors elected in 2019 and a few dates. The disclosure in respect of agenda item 11.1 is the nature of my interest is one of the objectors to the granting of any new permits is a friend and resident in the local area, and one of the advocates for the granting of additional permits is an acquaintance. Thanks.
I, Jodie Mansfield, wish to declare an interest in the following items to be considered by Council at its meeting 22nd of June, and that's items C2 and C11. The nature of the interest in both items is impartiality. For C2, Councillor Davis is a fellow councillor and director at Clopper and Davis Architectural Firm. And for C11, I'm named in the authorised inquiry report and have communicated my objections to aspects of the report to the department.
Thank you. I, Angela Hammersley, wish to declare an interest in the following items to be considered by Council at its meeting to be held on 22 June 2021. Items C2 and C11. The type of interests I wish to declare are impartiality pursuant to clause 22(2) of the Code of Conduct for Council members, committee members and candidates. The nature of my interest for C2 is Councillor Davis is a principal of Clopper Davis Architects, who are the architects for the applicants, and is a member of this council. For C11, the nature of my interest is I am a member of the council about which adverse findings are made by the inquiry in its report, and am also mentioned in the report my name.
Thank you. I, Councillor Stephanie Stroud, wish to declare an interest in the following items. They will be C9, C2 and C11, and they're all impartiality pursuant to clause 22.2 of the Code of Conduct for Council. And that is declared on today, the 22nd of June. The nature of my interest first for C9 is I am the City of Subiaco Councillor Representative of WMRC, of which Subiaco Council is a member. WMRC is offering the Verge Valet service as an option to bulk rubbish collection. C2, Councillor Davis, partner of Clopper and Davis Architects, is a fellow Subiaco councillor, and Clopper and Davis are the architects for this DA, being C2. And my third impartiality disclosure is for item C11. By inference or directly by name, the authorised inquiry findings refer to me. The findings also refer to the council of which I am a member. Furthermore, the officer recommendation currently under consideration refers to the submissions to the draft report. I am an author to one of those submissions. Correct disclosures are an important issue in the A1 findings. I understand that the above information will be recorded in the minutes of the meeting and recorded by the Chief Executive Officer in an appropriate register. Signed by myself on actually the 15th of June. Thank you.
I, Rosemary de Vries, wish to declare an interest in the following item to be considered by Council at its meeting on the 22nd of June 2021. It's item to C2. The type of interest I wish to declare is impartiality pursuant to clause 22.2 of the Code of Conduct. The nature of my interest is Matt Davis is a fellow councillor, and as director of the firm Clopper & Davis, he is one of the architects for this development application. The second declaration, which is I, Councillor de Vries, wish to declare an interest in the following item to be considered by Council at its meeting to be held on the 22nd of June 2021. Agenda item C11, the type of interest I wish to declare is impartiality. The nature of my interest is the Council is required to respond to the authorised inquiry, and I am named in the report.
Thank you. I, Derek Nash, wish to declare an interest in the following items to be considered by Council at its meeting to be held on the 22nd of June 2021. Agenda items C2, C6 and C11. The type of interest I wish to declare for all three is impartiality pursuant to clause 22.2 of the Code of Conduct. In relation to C2, I'm a fellow councillor of Councillor Davis, who is in turn the principal of Clopper & Davis, the architects for the application, and I also know both principals personally and as fellow architects. In relation to C6, I personally know Daniela Simone and Giancarlo Trettel, one of the applicants recommended for funding at item 1B of the officer recommendation. And in relation to C11, the nature of my interest is the Council is required to respond to the authorised inquiry report, and I am named in the report. Thank you.
Thank you. And I have three declarations to make. I, Mayor Penny Taylor, wish to declare an interest in the following item to be considered at Council. Items C2 and C11 and C12. All three are impartialities. For C2, the nature of my interest is that Councillor Davis is a fellow elected member. I will consider this matter impartially and in the interest of the whole community. On item C11, the nature of my interest is an impartiality. I, along with all elected members and senior staff at the City of Subiaco, are discussed in the department's report. And on C12, an impartiality. The nature of my interest is that in the preparation of the 2021 budget, there appears to be some possible irregularities. The circulated City of Subiaco confidential documents for the first budget workshop were watermarked with a councillor's name and dated almost a month before the apparent independent documents were provided to all elected members. Curiously, there were no concerns nor corrections raised by the councillors and staff attending the first budget workshop regarding this issue, despite this being visible to all as far as I can tell. I have submitted my first ever Freedom of Information request to try and determine what occurred between some elected members and staff in the preparation of the 2021 budget, and to date this FOI request has been rejected by the administration. It is important for certainty and continuity to have an approved budget. I will consider this matter impartially and in the interests of the whole community. Thank you. If there's no further...
Through you, Mayor, I just wanted to ask the CEO, the declaration of interest I made was impartiality for the living at one of the houses mentioned in the report. Should that be proximity or is impartiality fine?
It's definitely not an impartiality. If you are saying you are living at the property, it would be a financial interest. So that would need to be declared.
Yeah, I'd like to correct my declaration, please.
Thank you, Councillor Phelan. We'll take that as noted. We'll move on now to, if there's no further disclosures of interest, to response to previous public questions taken on notice, of which there are none. We'll now move to public question time. Do we have Ms. Helen Leader? If not, we do. Sorry, I didn't see you behind the lectern there.
I was hiding, I'm sorry. The Mayor is to be congratulated on the 21st of May post on her Facebook page in which she said, "Councillors must be making true and proper declarations about their financial interests and must be making lawful and timely decisions that can be implemented. Mandatory councillor training is a misnomer if it is not mandatory. Does the Mayor consider that the above applies to all elected members, including herself, or just to councillors?" And my second question, on the 2nd of November 2017, the Honourable Alana McTiernan informed Parliament that, along with former Premier Colin Barnett, she had attended a fundraising event for Penny Taylor's mayoral campaign. There's an extract from Hansard included, and please note the last sentences, and I will quote, "I noted with considerable surprise that the former Premier, Colin Barnett, actually attended a fundraising event for Penny Taylor. I, McTiernan, was also at that fundraising event. It was great to see a quality candidate being recognised by both sides of politics, with support by way of attendance at a fundraiser. Assuming the answer to my first question is in the affirmative, will the Mayor now lead the way by declaring all monies raised at or as a result of that and of any other fundraising event, as well as any raised since her election, including any at any time from Sanur? Thank you.
Ms. Leader, I am one of those who did not refuse to sign a code of conduct when I was sworn in as an elected representative, and I do take making true and proper declarations seriously. So in answer to question 2, I'm very pleased that both the former Premier, Colin Barnett, and the current Premier, Mark McGowan, have been kind enough to be supportive of my work as Mayor in the City of Subiaco. And I thank the Honourable Alana McTiernan for informing Parliament of her support for me also. Quite a transparent record, I would think, of some excellent referees. In 2017, I paid special attention to ensure that I declared any donations as required, and I know that both Councillor De Vries and I appear to be the only elected members who have made such declarations. These donations can be seen in the City of Subiaco Register of Electoral Gifts. Any donations that pour in for any elected member should have their sources declared in the City of Subiaco Register of Notifiable Gifts. I don't see any declarations of the gifts for when you were fundraising for a sitting councillor in 2019 in this register. That should certainly be rectified if that's required. Ms Leader, are you asking questions because Mr Godfrey is... Yeah, would you like to do that now?
Thank you. On behalf of John Godfrey, who's not well, question 1. Does the Mayor agree with 2.81D of the Local Government Act, i.e. that as the Mayor she should speak on behalf of the local government, regardless of whether individual resolutions had her support? And question 2. Last week the Mayor said it was hard to champion not doing things without mentioning any of the things this council has achieved. Things like unanimously adopting the Code of Conduct for council members, committee members and candidates, endeavouring to prevent destruction of heritage buildings in Hay Street, including an independent panel member for the recruitment of the third CEO in recent memory, contributing to staff RARs to protect residential amenity for various developments, including, but not limited to, those in Forest, Jersey and Hay Streets, as well as in Shenton Park, agreeing to advocate at a State Development Assessment Unit meeting on behalf of residential amenity in Rockaby South, finding a quick, if temporary, solution for traffic problems in Nicholson Road. Assuming the previous question was answered in the affirmative, which of the above resolutions of council has the Mayor publicly championed? Thank you.
Ms Leader, I do take my role in upholding the Act very seriously. I take the responsibilities of council further than simply upholding the Act. I think that when our own legal advice, procured by a council decision in a public meeting, and as recently identified by the authorised inquiry report, advises that council has made decisions outside its lawful ability to do so, it should rectify these mistakes. Unfortunately, this is another example of what this council has chosen not to do. And for question 2, as I mentioned, I'm one of those who did not refuse to sign a code of conduct when I was sworn in as an elected representative, and I do take representing the City of Subiaco very seriously. I do find it hard to champion not doing things, and of course I appropriately speak on behalf of council on all the things you've listed. I'm not sure if your SDAU comment is in relation to the presentation at the SDAU by a councillor who purportedly spoke on behalf of council without the authority of the Act nor a decision of council to do so. Just for reference, Walger advises that any councillor speaking in such circumstances is poor practice. Walger recommends that staff make presentations. Any councillor suggesting the actions of staff are outside a council decision in a setting such as the SDAU is considered a serious matter. Those who have completed their councillors' training would know that the Walger training advises against presenting in such a forum. So councillors, we'll now move to our public statement time. Oh, we've got some more questions. Okay, we do have a couple of more questions, my apologies. Ms Meehan of Cuthbert Street, would you like to share your question?
My name is Pam Meehan. I live at 7 Cuthbert Street, Shenton Park. My question concerns agenda item C1, being the responsible authority report for 97 to 101 Evans Street and 375 to 379 Railway Road in Shenton Park. Local Planning Policy 1.2 has been drawn up and approved to protect residents living in transition areas. The 3rd to 5th story Onslow Road facing apartments in the amended development application are not set back 10 metres from the Onslow Road boundary, as required under Local Planning Policy 1.2. What community contribution, if any, has the developer offered to justify this non-compliance with Local Planning Policy 1.2? Thank you.
Thank you. The answer will be addressed by the Director for Community and Development Services, please.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor Taylor, In response to your question, the applicant considers that the proposed design retains the character of Shenton Park, positively contributes to the streetscape and provides community benefit through delivering significant housing diversity in a prime location. As discussed in the Responsible Authority report, the proposal is inconsistent with Local Planning Policy 1.2, residential development apartments. Thank you.
And our next question is from Mr McDonald of Onslow Road in Shenton Park.
Thank you. My question concerns agenda item C1, the Responsible Authority report for 97 to 101 Evans Street. Page 36 of the updated Responsible Authority report refers to Design Guidance DG 3.2.3 for achieving the element objectives, and notes that in considering overshadowing of neighbouring properties, priority should be given to achieving acceptable solar access to, amongst other things, solar collectors. The Responsible Authority report makes no reference to there being solar collectors on the adjoining property at 336 Onslow Road. Can officers please clarify whether there are any solar collectors on any of the properties on the western side of the adjoining side of 336 Onslow Road, and in particular whether or not there's a solar collector on the roof of Unit 1, 336 Onslow Road? There appears to be a reference, a solar collector showing on one of the diagrams, SK02-F of the Landscape Master Plan in the application. Figure 8 at page 36 of the Responsible Authority report shows the updated overshadowing on 336 Onslow Road. If it's confirmed by officers that there is a solar collector on the roof of Unit 1 at 336 Onslow Road, does the amended development application provide acceptable solar access to this solar collector? Thank you.
Thank you. Again, the Director for Community and Development Services will answer.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor Taylor. In response to the first question, based on satellite imagery, Unit 1 of 336 Onslow Road appears to contain a roof skylight, which is consistent with the R Code's definition of solar collector. In response to the second question, the proposal would not overshadow the solar collector at midday on the 21st of June. Thank you.
So now we'll move to public statement time. Our first public statement is from Sergio Watanabe of Roland Street, Subiaco. Are you here to make your statement, please? If not, then we'll move to our next statement from Danielle Davison. Thank you.
Through you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor, Councillors and City Executive. That's awfully loud. Thank you for permitting me to make a statement today. My name is Danielle Davison and I'm here representing Momentum Wealth on the agenda item C1 for 62 apartments on Evans Street and Railway Road, Shenton Park. I'd like to make a short statement this evening about a couple elements of the proposal before Council for determination tonight. Specifically, the achievement of the Design Review Panel sign-off, significant increase to setbacks, the direction and feedback received from the JDAP, and comments on the waste and traffic proposals. As you will no doubt have read from your briefing package, the development before you for approval is currently in exceedance of the permissible height and plot ratio. It is generally accepted, however, that these such exceedances can gain support from the local authority if the Design Review Panel has provided full endorsement of the plans, indicating design excellence, which this project has received. I reiterate, this project has achieved full sign-off from the Design Review Panel now, and thus is deemed to have achieved design excellence. This crucial point is not included in your agenda briefing notes, although it is noted on page 11 of the attachments. I feel I must also point out that we as a developer have now sat with the DRP not less than 5 times, each time willingly making the requested changes in an effort to ensure this building meets the high expectations of your city. We did this willingly, as we too want a building we can be proud of. It should also be noted with regard to 10-metre setbacks along Onslow, that this project was submitted prior to the adoption of the city's new local planning policy. Irrespective, where possible, we have sought to comply with the new policy. However, in some instances, it is not practical to do so without significant impact on the design. Despite this, as I mentioned, the project has received the DRP's Design Excellence, noting that policy isn't always met, and instead the DRP's performance-based assessment has given it the thumbs up. And it may have come as a surprise to you to see that when setting back on the northern building to reduce overshadowing, we have now added an additional level to the southern building. I'd like to highlight that this was done on the encouragement of the JDAP presiding member and general comments from the JDAP that density and locations such as this was supported. So much so, the project was encouraged to add the additional level along the rail interface. We've been mindful, noting that the city has a sensitivity to the heritage properties on the opposite side of the road to ensure that overshadowing was not increased.
So we've just come to the end of your 3 minutes. If you'd just like to sum up in a couple of sentences, thanks.
Is it back on? Okay. Just the last couple sentences is with regard to comments made in the agenda briefing last week, there will only be 24 bins on the verge at most. Every second week there will be 12, and the traffic does comply with AS 2890 and is not an illegal intersection. It is on a local distributor road, not Evans Street, for that very reason. Thank you.
Our next statement is from Mr. Hayden Wilson of Thomas Street.
Thank you. My name is Dr. Hayden Wilson and I'm referring to C5. So dear CEO, Mayor Taylor and councillors, I, Hayden Wilson, owner of 97 Thomas Street, Subiaco, hereby request that our property is not included in the local heritage survey. We've attempted on numerous occasions, numerous times, to have our opinion heard and offered due consideration, complying with the appropriate processes. Our submission to council citing our objections in the recent past was disregarded, which with each point simply addressed with a tepid counter-argument of no merit or value. For example, and I quote, "The majority of original dwellings in the city have undergone some degree of change in response to interior and exterior modifications done prior to our ownership." The council's independent assessment indicated that our property was assessed as being the second lowest in terms of heritage value. This was your own independent assessment, which has assessed it as the third of 4 possible categories of low significance or value. In such circumstances, heritage consideration is typically, in both Subiaco and with other councils, only with the owner's encouragement or enthusiasm for this. To restate our position plainly, we do not wish to be included in the local heritage survey, nor considered for future heritage listing. As a local business, we've decided to locate here in Subiaco, attempting to be a part of the revitalisation effort. If clear wishes of property owners and business operators are overridden with such ease and little consideration of our voice of dissent, we wonder how long we can be a part of such an area, as well as question the message that it sends to other local business owners that their input will be ignored and contravened. Despite our adherence to the council's processes and our attempts to have our opinion heard. Mayor Taylor, councillors, CEO, we implore you to please leave our property off the local heritage survey. All our other attempts have been fruitless, so we hope above hopes to be listened to and respected enough on this occasion to hear our polite request. Thank you.
Our next statement is from Ms. Diane Russell of Forest Street. If Ms. Russell's not here, then we'll move to our next speaker. Ms. Joanne Beattie of Helping Little Hands, King Edward Memorial Hospital.
Good evening, thank you for your time. My name is Joanne Beattie and I am speaking tonight as a graduate parent from the Neonatal Intensive Care Unit at King Eddie's and co-founding member of the charity Helping Little Hands. And I wish to express on behalf of all parents who spend any time in a NICU how fundamental the need is for supportive and adequate parking arrangements close to the hospital. Unless you have walked through those glass doors and have had a baby born prematurely or sick, it is hard to fathom the stress and upheaval that families endure during the days, weeks, or indeed months that their baby spends in a NICU fighting for their life. For those of you lucky enough not to know this reality and cannot see the vital nature of this motion to increase permits from 20 to 40, I invite you to arrange a visit of the NICU and see firsthand the trauma these families and babies endure. The motion we support tonight is the increase of daily permits from 20 to 40. The argument that these permits will increase congestion and traffic burdens within Subiaco is simply, in my mind, without sense or coherence. These parents are in Subiaco because they have a genuine need to access parking. Their baby is in intensive care, fighting for life. This is not a daycare or a nursery. These parents aren't extra people or extra cars in Subiaco. They are already here because this is where their baby must be cared for. King Eddie's is the only unit in the entirety of WA that is capable of caring for our smallest and most vulnerable children. And parents are vital care providers, and our presence as parents improves the medical outcomes for babies. This is globally documented. King Eddie's NICU works on a model of family integrated care, and this sees parents as vital members of the baby's care team and not passive bystanders or visitors. This requires unhindered access. Parking restrictions hinder access. The NICU here can care for up to 100 babies, with an average of 3.5 admissions through the unit each year. 40 permits doesn't even support half of these families. 20 permits a week, 40 permits a week. The cars are already here in Subiaco. This motion doesn't really change traffic congestion or parking. If you consider the financial impact to families, with metered parking, a cost could average on $300 a month. Imagine if you have a 3-month stay, $900. For many of our families, this translates to not feeding your family, not paying the bills, and sadly for some, not attending hospital to be with their baby. This is completely unacceptable, and we as Helping Little Hands provide thousands of dollars of fuel vouchers to support families getting here. We are a charity, not a local government body. Helping Little Hands have been working with Council since 2017, and it's become evident in this time that our most vulnerable babies and their families are being tossed around like a political handball. It's the responsibility of state government, of North Metro, of the Department of Health. All of this within your political sphere may be true, but ultimately it's Subiaco Council who are placing the parking fines on the tickets of the cars of the families dealing with one of the most traumatic experiences a young family can. So increasing permits makes no tangible impact on congestion or traffic flow. It merely shows compassion, empathy, and human kindness to the people in your community who have no choice but to park in Subiaco. We have pages of testimonials from families in the NICU who describe the stress of needing to move their car and the fear of a parking ticket. This ticket can tip the balance of a parent's mental well-being and emotional capacity to deal with the medical issues of the day, and those medical issues are a reality. Projecting forward, by penalising families with a baby in NICU, you are placing a future burden on the health system of our community. Families who experience a NICU journey face an increased risk of postnatal depression, post-traumatic stress and anxiety. Parking is a stress factor, and you could change this for so many. One of our community members wrote in support of this motion and was contacted by Deputy Mayor Stroud with a response I consider to be no more than childish and passive-aggressive. What do other hospitals do? We already do something. This is not what about others do. Be better, be brave, be the best, show leadership, show foresight, succeed. Do not work by comparing what others do or do not do. Lead. King Eddie's offers world-class medical care and sits proudly in Subiaco. You should be proud to support King Eddie's. You should be proud to support those families whose baby will forever call Subiaco their first home. When you think of your initial calling as a public servant to this council, I hope at its core was to make a difference for the better. This is one of those motions. You have this wonderful opportunity to make a positive difference to the lives of so many with a simple and easy solution. This motion is not about car parking bays and permits. This is about people, and at its core, supporting people in your community. You have a moment in time to make a positive change. I implore you, as a mum of a preterm baby, and having gone through that journey myself, and as a member of the preterm family in WA, to pass this motion and be part of something bigger than a mere 20 parking permits. Thank you.
Thank you, councillors. That brings us to the end of our public time.
Excuse me.
Councillor Stroud.
Thank you. There was a completely different statement to what was in front of us. Is there any reason for that? And can we please have a copy of the statement that was read this evening?
Sure, I'll ensure we get one. I'm not sure why it was different. You realise from time to time, I noticed when we've had, I'm sure you've observed it when you've been presiding member, that members come in from the public and read different statements than what's been presented.
I'm sorry, not.
You might want to check. You might want to check your last special council meeting, councillor. Councillors, we'll move.
Mayor.
I'm in the middle
of the change in the statement.
No. Councillors, we're now moving to item 7, petitions and approved deputations, of which there are none. And so we'll move to item 8, confirmation of minutes of previous meetings. We have an en bloc vote for 4 sets of minutes. So we have the minutes of the ordinary council meeting of the 18th of May and the special council meetings of the 27th of May, the 1st of June and the 8th of June are to be adopted en bloc. Do I have a mover and a seconder for that? Thank you, councillor. I think I got councillor Nash and councillor Mansfield. So if I could put that to the vote, please. So we're voting on the minutes. So the minutes are carried 12-0. So councillors, we now come to the presiding member statement without discussion. My presiding member statement this evening is on the great work and sharing with you, because I was lucky enough to attend in the pouring rain, the Scribblers Festival. The Scribblers Festival is an annual festival of literature and arts for young people and was held for the first time in the city of Subiaco in May this year. Scribblers believe in the power of books and creativity as tools to help kids and teens better understand the world they live in and the worlds within them. So this sees a cast of authors, illustrators and other creative minds brought together to tell their tales and reveal what goes into making them. The festival had attendances of over 10,000 people on the weekend of the 29th and 30th of May. Now, what makes this particularly fantastic was this occurred even with the date changes due to COVID, and it was extremely terrible weather, I can vouch for that, but the numbers certainly did not reflect that. The school component of the program of Scribblers could only take half the normal bookings due to COVID restrictions, but this still saw over 2,500 participants at the Regal Theatre during the weekday program of the festival, during the weekday part of the festival program. And as I mentioned, given the 2 COVID lockdowns to deal with, the Scribblers programmed a distributed festival model that worked really well in the COVID-friendly environment. This was certainly commendable adaptability. There was an attendance over the whole festival time of over 48,000 at the Relics Bricks of the New World exhibition, and those audiences were all presented with information on the Subiaco street relics and the festival events within the city of Subiaco. As I said, Scribblers Festival invites young people and the young at heart to celebrate the magic of storytelling, And I'd like to thank all involved, including the Manager of Cultural Services, Tina Ackerman, from the city, in making this a wonderful success. Acting CEO, if you could pass it on to other staff members involved, please. Thank you. So, councillors, we're at item 10, officer reports, and this is where we come to making some decisions. I have a possible en bloc motion in front of me, and a number of items have been removed from the en bloc due to the declarations. So at present, the en bloc items are C2, C4, C8, and C13. That's what, not C. Oh, sorry, my apologies. I'll read that again. C3, C4, C8, and C13. Does that correlate with what you've got? Yep. C3, C4, C8, and C13. So we've got 4 items in the en bloc. Do I have a mover? Thank you, Councillor McMullen. Oh, you're going to pull one? C8. Okay. So we've got 3, C3, C4, and C13. Do I have a mover and a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Nash. Thank you, Councillor Mansfield. So I'll call the vote, please, on those en bloc items. So those items are carried 12-0. So, councillors, I'll start on the items in order on the agenda, but I am thinking that once we get through the first 2, we may bring an item forward, seeing we have a number of people in the gallery tonight to hear the items before us. So we'll start at C1 on page 3 of our agenda, the Responsible Authority Report for 97 to 101 Evans Street. Sure. So we have the officer's recommendation for the RAR to JDAP for refusal, as I said, on page 3. Do I have a mover and a seconder for that? If not, it'll lapse. Okay, so, well, I need a mover and a seconder. Councillor De Vries and Councillor Jennings. Thanks. So, Councillor De Vries, did you want to speak to the motion?
It was good to hear tonight about some of the improvements that have been made in this DA and how many times it's come to JDAP, and I think that reflects very well on the process, and I just want to say that that's a real positive, but I still support the refusal. And I think that this RAR, which is, very thorough, it brings trust to the fore because these institutions are here to guide our decision making and ensure fairness. And it's also something that we were told to trust in the local planning policies. The local planning policy framework was put forward as a way to protect the community, and I'm fairly sure that that's part of the consideration is the long-term planning for our Shenton Park. So this report was prepared by our highly qualified officers, and it embraced the need for balance and orderly city planning. As I see it, planning is a balancing act where the conflicting, often contradictory expectations by different stakeholders creates the tension between perceived short-term gain over long-term damage to the design of our urban fabric. I think the comments tonight regarding the local planning policy 1.2, which we know was one of the mechanisms for community consultation and getting feedback on what the community wanted, and this development does not fit at the scale to what is in that report. It doesn't fit to the existing development in the surrounding area, and it's certainly its bulk and form, its overshadowing that is a concern for the neighbours. So I'm just grabbing up my notes here. The report makes pretty clear what the concerns are, and I think it finds the setbacks in isolation, they're good, but they compromise the amenity of the southeastern adjoining property in terms of bulk, solar access and natural ventilation. And I think the extent of discretion being sought is just too much. It's going to have a long-term adverse effect on the streetscape and obviously the existing residents who will have their amenity really impacted. I think it's fair and reasonable that the report acknowledges the lack of interface in the bulk and scale of the proposed development and the potential negative impact on the community. It is worth recognising that Subiaco's local planning policies were developed with the strong support of the community over an extensive period and involved initial consultation starting from 25th November 2019. So this kind of feedback that this is not what the community has asked for, we have this LPP 1.2 there to ensure that the community will be protected in any future developments, and I think we need to trust in that. We need to trust in the planner's report on this. They have said it's just not good enough yet. I'd like it to go back, have a bit more work done on the bulk and scale and the overshadowing and the impact on the adjoining property, and I think we could come back once again and see an improvement, which I'm sure they're capable of doing. It's already vastly improved. So I commend the officer's report to you.
Councillor Jennings.
Thank you, Mayor. Very briefly, I'm supporting the officer's recommendation, and I think consistent with a comment that I made last time, I think it's disappointing that the mature trees on the site, or some of them, cannot be saved, particularly as they're on the boundary, and it would be really good if this gets to have another iteration that could be given some further consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Any speakers against? Any speakers? Oh, Councillor Davis.
Thanks. Yeah, look, I don't intend to support the staff recommendation. It doesn't necessarily sit that well with me, and it feels like there's a few weaknesses in it. So I'll just explain some reasoning behind that. Having attended the JDAP meeting for this proposal, the first time it came to JDAP, and the Jersey Street proposal, I found there was some parallels between the two that related largely to what had happened after both of those proposals had been deferred, what the proponent had gone away and done in the background. The reason for deferral for this when it first came to JDAP was pretty simple. There was one reason. It was with respect to overshadowing, and it makes that pretty clear on page 4 of the agenda, and that was to allow the applicant further time to reconsider the interface with 336 Onslow Road, particularly with respect to overshadowing. So that was the one reason given for deferral. It didn't refer to traffic management, it didn't refer to waste management, didn't refer to pollution or any other spurious reason. It was based around the reasonable concern of overshadowing. So what the proponent's done is they've gone away, they've relocated bulk on the building to address that directly, and that's all that we can ask them to do. In addition to that, the zoning of the lots that this proposal does overshadow are zoned residential R100, and the residential design codes are 100% clear on this. There is no requirement for overshadowing on those zoned on that zoning of residential property. So not only have they addressed the issues that the JDAP requested they address, but there is also not a technical requirement that they need to meet. They've gone back to our design review panel. They have a score. Well, it's not a score anymore. It's the stoplight system, but they have 10 green scores against the 10 design elements. So they've been through that process 5 times, which I think is pretty thorough. So while I appreciate that JDAP is the final decision maker and ours is only a comment on the RAR, I think it's disingenuous for us to continue to refuse the application when clearly the proponent has addressed the single key issue that came out of the deferral, and for that reason I won't continue to support the refusal.
Thank you. Speakers for the motion? Any other speakers against the motion? Councillor De Vries, would you like to close? I'll call the vote then, please. The item C1 is carried 8-5. 8-4, my apologies, I might have to add up properly. So councillors will move now to C2, the responsible authority report for 25 Roland Street on page 27. Councillor Davis. So the RAR for 25 Roland Street has the officer's recommendation on page 7 to go to JDAP for approval. Do I have any movers and seconders for this item, please? Thank you, Councillor Mansfield. I think I got Councillor Roy. Councillor Mansfield, did you want to speak to the item?
Just briefly, thanks, Mayor Taylor. Look, I think it's great that the staff have recommended this for approval. I actually approved it, or recommended for it to be approved the last time we saw this in December. And I note that the applicant has made some revisions in the design since then. So it is a very important site in our city. We have seen a number of, iterations of different applications for that site, and I think it's very positive that we have this one before us that's capable of being approved. So, I recommend it to you.
Councillor Rowe.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. Yes, the history of this site goes back a ways. We've approved this virtually the same envelope as what we're looking at here before. In fact, twice I think we've approved it. I've been involved in this one for a while. The original hope in this site was that we would have a crossover on the side street rather than on Forest, because I've always had the intent of trying to make that an extended walkway. But that was done in different times with different planning rules and with a different neighbour who was proposing to allow the owner of this site to bring their parking through from underneath the building next door. So that's gone now, that opportunity's gone, that's lapsed. So this, I note the crossover is only just back from the corner, so I'm happy with that. And as I say, we've done this before. This is a pretty good example of having some inner city living, and it's not really, I do note that somebody wrote in and said they're going to lose their view, but that's unfortunate. But you know, we're in the town centre here, and it's this particular property be overlooking the car park and the landscaping and the other features that we've installed. So I think it's a good outcome in the end. I think the former outcome was a bit too tall. Thank you.
Speakers against the motion? Councillor Powell?
No, I've got a couple of questions, if I may, following on from some of Councillor Rowe's comments. If the entrance is going to be in Forest Street and it's going to be used as a pedestrian plaza on occasions, how are you going to manage having the road blocked off when there's public events? How are residents going to access the parking?
I'm assuming you're addressing that through me to staff, yep, to Manager for Planning Services.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor Taylor, there is a condition recommended for a parking management plan, which would consider access and essentially it would provide, the city will need to provide notification if those roads need to be closed, much like other roads, and liaise with residents to ensure that they have access to the cars when that road needs to be used for an event.
Yep, sorry, that does seem to be a sort of a difficult position to be in if that's going to be decided afterwards. Shouldn't that plan really be in place beforehand so that we do know how it will operate?
Thank you, and through you, Mayor Taylor, it's not an uncommon issue that inner city living brings, so it's not something that's insurmountable to require the development not be recommended approval. It's something that we can work together on, and it's condition 20, so it's a car parking management plan, and it needs to be implemented to the satisfaction of the city and maintained therefore after that. So it's not something that's insurmountable and not uncommon to these sorts of areas.
Just on that, though, it also means that the city is going to have to give up a car park, which is a source of revenue. That's for the benefit, really, of the developer. So why should we do that? Why should we forego the revenue?
Thank you, and through Mayor Taylor, we'll have to double check, but I'm not certain that that parking there on the verge there is paid, ticketed parking. But in any event, the site needs access. This is a reasonable place to have access, and perhaps there might be other opportunities in the removed crossovers for other parking to be reinstated.
Thank you. Look, I'd also like to follow up a question or a matter raised by Councillor Stroud last week. I hope you don't mind if I sneak in on this. That it is a 6-storey building, and now it's got a community rooftop area for barbecues and the like. That's on top of the 6-storey height. Is that correct? So really, are we sort of getting something that's almost like 6.5 stories or on its way to 7?
Thank you, and through Mayor Taylor, yes, as I advised last week, the rooftop communal area is not considered to be a storey under the R codes.
Okay, thank you. And one final one. Just on the conditions in the infrastructure and traffic, I think that was points 19 to 27. There's no mention that residents won't be eligible for visitor parking permits. Is that a condition that sort of should be applied so that residents do know that they won't be getting off-street parking? I thought that was a fairly common one.
Thank you, and excuse me, through you, Mayor Taylor. Condition 11, which is recommended, says that notification through Section 70A of the Transfer of Land Act that residential car parking permits are unlikely to be granted by the city to residents and their visitors.
Any further speakers on this item? Councillor Nash? Oh, sorry, yeah, I got that right, Councillor Nash.
Yes, look, just quickly, in addition to the comments from the mover and the seconder, which I support, I'd just note that this proposal is consistent with the relevant planning framework, and also on a general note that this is exactly the sort of development that we should be attracting to our city to increase footfall in the city centre. It's within only 100 metres of Rockaby Road. It's going to bring people and life into that part of Subiaco. And just in relation to the matter of losing revenue for a parking bay, I would have thought that that site has sat vacant for a long time, and I would have thought that the rates that we all get from such a development would far outweigh anything from a single car bay, and I look forward to that.
Any further speakers? Councillor Phelan.
Yeah, I'll speak for the item. This, as mentioned tonight, and as we're all aware, this site has a history of development applications put to Subi Council, yet all of them failed to develop. The community are concerned that this inaction reflects poorly on council and gives the perception that the city is anti-development, which is not the case. Some of the most recent history of this site is a DAP application for 6 stories back in 23rd of December 2013, which did not get built. I support the planning staff's recommendation, but I'm concerned that this site has become costly and unprofitable because of the number of planning applications which have been approved and not built, and costly to Subiaco Council's reputation. That is anti-development because of the number of neglected sites in the town centre, including this one, which is simply not true. So I commend it to you, and hopefully we have a development there in the not too distant future.
Any further speakers? I'll look to Councillor Mansfield to close then, please. No comment? Okay, we'll call the vote then. So the motion is carried 11-0. Councillor Davis, just as you take your seat, the item was carried 11-0. Councillors, as you know, we do from time to time change the items in the agenda to suit the gallery so that we can have members of the gallery who are staying have their items heard. I note we have a number of people here to hear 11.1, so I would like to move to that item and then we'll return to going through the agenda in order. So 11.1 is on page 74 of your agenda.
Excuse me, Mayor, I would like to call 7.1 the permissible procedural motions, 7.1F, that the ruling of the person presiding be disagreed with and we don't change the order of the agenda.
We've got a mover that we don't bring the agenda item forward and we keep it in order, moved by Councillor Stroud. Does Councillor Stroud have a seconder? Councillor Hammersley. I'll put the procedural motion to the vote that we continue in the same order. So if you'd like to continue in the same order, vote for it. If you would like to get to the items that the gallery members are here for, vote against it. So I'll call the vote, please. Well, it's 6-6, so that means I get a casting vote, and so I'll vote the same way I did before, which is no, so we will hear the item now. Do you want me to press it on the fancy one? There we go, done. So, councillors, we'll now move to item 11.1. We have the item on page 74. This is a very straightforward item, and under 4.7 and 4.8 I will be moving the item. Do I have a seconder, please? Thank you, Councillor Mansfield. So, councillors, I don't really have much more to add other than what is on page 74. The motion is to provide an additional 20 weekly parking permits at no cost. There are over 90 beds in the neonatal unit, and we are currently providing approximately 20 weekly parking permits. And just to be clear, there's only in circulation at any time approximately 20 permits. While there may be numbers like 1,200 parking permits issued across a year, at any one time there are only approximately 20 parking permits in circulation. I do believe that this provision is a token gesture, but it is one that shows that Subiaco does care about those at King Edward Memorial Hospital. Babies born at King Eddie's will forever have Subiaco WA on their birth certificate and in their passport. And the least we can do as a council is to make their early days in our community be ones of support and care rather than angst about parking. This is a matter that has been brought to my attention routinely across the years and has yet to have had substantial action taken on it, and I think that we can address that this evening. I certainly do not purport to be able to speak any more eloquently on the matter than our speaker, Ms. Joanne Beattie, who we heard this evening. I certainly cannot say much more than she has already said. I will make the following remarks though, and this was from Gareth Parker, one of the eminent current affairs reporters in Western Australia, and this is what he said this morning. To me, this is a no-brainer. This is an absolute layup for the council. All they have to do tonight, and I'm sure there are other things on their agenda that will require thought and deliberation and thoughtful consideration and a weighing of objectives, but this is not one of those items. This is one that should take about 28 seconds to deal with, and they should vote yes, and they should vote yes unanimously. I don't really have much more to that to add. So, Councillor Mansfield, would you like to speak?
Thanks, Mayor Taylor. Just briefly, I think it's a no-brainer as well. And I wanted to thank you for raising it as an elected member's motion. I have noted the staff comment, and I do understand that the staff are liaising with King Eddie's to, I guess, continually work through some of the parking issues. But I guess, the state government is an important stakeholder, obviously, in this issue. But, as a local government, we don't really have that much control over a lot of things I've worked out. But parking is one of the things we do have some control over. And so I think that it's important that we, use that utility that we have to support, the parents of babies who are being born at King Eddie's. So, I certainly support this, and I hope everyone else does.
Speakers against the motion, Councillor McMullen.
I quite liked Gareth Parker's basketball reference when he referred to a layup, but the thing is sometimes layups get missed. And look, I think this is going to have to be a miss tonight. And look, here's the reasons. Parking for a public hospital is a state government problem. And in this week's post, I actually think I saw a photo of a number of politicians unveiling a plaque at the new Alzheimer's WA head office. Amongst those was the WA Health Minister. Now, I would have thought that would have been an excellent opportunity to say, hey, Mr Minister, do you know what? There's parking issues around King Edward, and there's also parking sensitivities around Sir Charles Gardner and the Perth Children's Hospital. I think we as a state government need to advocate more. Whilst we don't control the state government, and there's only certain things which we can control, like Councillor Mansfield has quite rightly pointed out, advocacy is one area which we can be active in. So how might we make this a state government problem? Well, I'm sure I recall a time when there was shuttle buses being provided between Greylands and Sir Charles Gardner to provide some extra parking off-site which serviced that hospital. Maybe the state government could look at certain similar initiatives here. Alternatively, they might pay for parking in one of the city's parking lots. They might even consider taxi or Uber vouchers. They might even offer free tickets on their new MetroNet. There's lots of ways around this if they, if the state government or the Metropolitan Health Services really took an interest. So I think we should be helping the community, but I think we should be doing it by advocating for these types of clever ideas which actually take into account the residents who live near the hospital. I think we can help the families who pass through King Edward Hospital, Memorial Hospital, without thumbing our nose at the community who live nearby. What we've got, unfortunately, is a token effort, and look, I'm not being mischievous in calling it that. The reasons in support acknowledge that this is token, so I think we need to acknowledge that that's all it is, and it's not going to solve any issues in a real way. Now, I've had 2 children born in Subiaco. They were born at St John of God Hospital. Now, when I or my wife went to hospital, we didn't write to Cambridge or Subiaco to provide us parking. We took advantage of the parking that was provided by the hospital. And I think any parent who goes to a hospital, whether it's public or private, does have the right to expect that there's going to be some parking available. So to the state government, I say, you do something about the parking at your hospital. To Mayor Taylor, I say the idea was there, but in my view, the execution needs work. And to the families who've written to us and who are in the gallery tonight, I say, well, I hope you understand my reasons, but I can't support this elected member's motion.
Speaker for the motion, Councillor Rowe.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. Yeah, these discussions are all very well, but I think we've heard tonight why they need help, and they need help now. I think we can continue to review the policy going forward, sitting down with the hospital staff, administration and our administration to try and work through this. I am sympathetic about the residents. I'm quite familiar with that in the area. They do get some inconvenience. There could be more than one way to skin the cat here. There could be a negotiation with private parking facilities. In fact, we control one of those down on Hay Street, and there could be the upstairs of the old Coles building. There's another private car park. So I think we should tick this off to show that we support what we're trying to achieve. The government has let them down, and for many years. And what's more, when they move the hospital down to QE2 precinct, they'll be dealing with a private car parking firm called Wilson's. And that'll be very interesting. I'll just flag that. That'll be extremely interesting to see how they accommodate it down there. And I would suggest it'd be a great expense. But so I flag the initiatives that we could buffer this with. I'm sure the owner of the Coles building, the old Coles building, would probably help. We could probably discuss, the Hay Street amenity, and some of these permits could be flagged to be only in those areas. Particularly the Hay Street, it's very close to the hospital. But in the meantime, I think we should put our best foot forward and show that your initiative, Mayor Taylor, is worth supporting. The alternate message is not a good one.
Speaker against the motion, Councillor De Vries.
Yeah, this is a question for staff. Given that there is a fairly a big concern, I suppose, in terms of immediacy, how long would it take to conduct a review, consultation with the community, and get some feedback on this? Because, clearly there has been some concern expressed from the community that this will have an impact on their amenity and their ability to park in the streets. I mean, I lived in Dennis Street, so I know full well how busy that street can get after 8:30, and I could not access a rear parking bay. So, I mean, it is quite conceivable that people who live in the area, this is a question, is it quite conceivable that people who live in the area will come back after this happens and be concerned or unable to access their own residences, in front of their own residences? Mayor Taylor, sorry.
Just as I said, the point is around if people are parking here anyway, which is one of the concerns, if this is people parking already here.
Through you, Mayor Taylor, can I ask a question?
Sure, and I am answering you, Councillor De Vries, if you give me a moment.
Can I of staff?
Well, it has to come through me. That's generally how it works. I'm sure that's been covered. Would you like to take it, or who are you pointing at? Just
Thank you, Mayor Taylor, and through you. To answer the question, look, it is conceivable that there will be residents in the area that would be unhappy with some of the outcomes of this motion. To address the issue of a period for consultation around this without having had the chance to give any real thought to the scope or the practicalities of doing that, I'd suggest we could probably do it in 4 to 6 weeks, give or take, noting that that's approximate and just off the top of my head.
Speaker against the motion, or Speaker, Councillor Hammersley.
Thank you. Well, what a situation to be in. I'm not ready to agree to this, so I will be voting against the motion. And I'm feeling pretty emotional about this because let me tell you about my weekend. I received an email from the staff with our agenda for this meeting, and I think the first one came in at 2 o'clock. I'm not sure when I read it, but it was sometime after that, as I was about to leave for the weekend to volunteer in an event out of the city. I come home on Sunday and my father has had an accident and has been admitted to hospital. I have been at Charlie Gardner's and I have been having the same sort of experience that the people in our audience today have had with their babies. I'm not a heartless person. It's not that I don't care, but I'm sitting here as a councillor with duties that come from an act that say that I have to represent the interests of the residents, ratepayers of this, and landowners, I think it is, of this city. That's my role. I do care. I know, even though I'm a very old person, one of the old guard, in fact, the first time I lived in the Central Ward was when I was 18 years old. That's 40 years ago. I lived in Douglas Avenue, and this problem was extant then, and it's extant now. And it's because this hospital outgrew its location many, many years ago. For some reason, as a community, we have not been able to afford to move it. Successive governments have been planning to do it for a very long time. Now, I don't criticise any of them for not doing it. There's been all sorts of competing reasons, and we haven't lived through mining booms all of the time. So, you know, to sit here and to be effectively treated as some sort of terrible person because I'm going to have to do my duty. We have processes in local government which involve consultation. The Mayor proudly says on the bottom of all of her correspondence, listening to all, and that is a core value of the city of Subiaco. And we got notice of this the first time at 2 o'clock on Friday afternoon to make a decision on Tuesday. It's unfair and it shouldn't have happened. And I'm saying, let's do the report. Let's let everybody speak and see what we can do to help people. We are not heartless. Thank you.
Just as a point of order, Councillor Hammersley, as a personal explanation, as you'll see, it's dated the 10th of June. The fact that it was distributed by staff at a later date is not my responsibility. Councillor Hammersley.
Personal explanation. You have our email addresses. You could have told us. You've obviously been hearing from the community about this issue. You said in your own address that you have. You could have told us.
I take your point, but my point is that I was waiting for the staff to comment because I might withdraw my EMM depending on what the staff response is. So we're looking for a speaker for the motion. Any speakers for the motion? Speakers against the motion? Councillor De Vries?
Yeah. Thank you, Mayor Taylor. I too am not a heartless person, and I am a baby of King Edward Memorial many, many years ago when my mother had to get in a truck from Laverton and come all the way up to Perth to give birth to me. So certainly the stories about King Edward Memorial are quite part of my DNA almost.
And I also had experience of a difficult childbirth and was warded for a week in a hospital, so after the birth of my daughter. So I am not insensitive to any of these needs here. I'm a woman, I care about other women, I definitely care about babies. I've got 3 grown ones. But what I also care about is to do the right thing, to do it the right way, because I do applaud the idea of the 28-second unanimous decision, but I think that when a 28-second decision is made, it lasts for a long time, and it can both be detrimental and it can be advantageous to delay the decision for our community. Detrimental to the people asking for the 20 extra parking bays, and we might find a different solution. We might find one that's better and lasting. We might be able to enlist the help of Wilson Parking, which will then go into the future when it's at QE2. There might be all sorts of possible, really, really beneficial solutions that can last. What we're looking for is fairness, community consultation, and a solution. I don't think we're sitting here tonight saying we don't want a solution. We want a solution. I certainly think this is worth considering. I'm in the west side of the railway line. I've been looking as I drive down Stubbs Terrace thinking, where could these parking bays be given out to? Are we able to find Coles parking? Can we put some parking bays there? There are solutions we haven't thought of yet, and I think we need to consider it. Because once you put in a 12-month trial, that's 12 months of people not being able to necessarily access their own homes. And yes, there will be extra parking, and people do come and park in the streets, but there are limits on that parking. There are 2-hour limits in those streets. So there's some sort of protection for the people who live in those streets. And as we know, car usage would have increased over the last 20 to 30 years. So I really do want to consider this again. I want this to come back to us after a report's done. I really do feel that I was a bit blindsided by this and would have liked to have given it far more thought and consideration. But I read your emails, every single one of them, and I understand what pressures, and especially the economic pressures people are under, and I am dreadfully concerned for people's welfare, and I do wish that the Health Minister would consider what he can do as well. The state government can look at this issue, and I hope they're listening tonight and taking on board what we're saying, because we do know that Roger Cook is under the hammer elsewhere, so maybe this is something that he could say, I can do this for Subiaco, and that would be great. But we could maybe do it too. I'm not saying we can't look at solutions. So I thank the Mayor for bringing this to our attention, and I thank you for coming tonight. I do hope we'll come back to you within the space of 2 months, or maybe in November, with some sort of solution. That's my hope, but I cannot support this evening. Thank you.
Further speakers to the motion? Councillor Rowe.
Yeah, I just thought I'd ask the staff, through you, Mayor Taylor, of clarification of a few things. Firstly, we control, in partnership, the car park under the Vibe Hotel on Hay Street. Could the staff tell me roughly how busy that car park is at current usage?
Thank you, Mayor Taylor, and through you. Yes, we do manage that car station under agreement with the land owner. I couldn't, off the top of my head, give you anything more than a sort of an estimated capacity. I'd suggest it's probably between 50 and 70%, but that would just be my best guess based on my observations.
The other question I'd raise would be, if you read the resolution, I don't see any time factor set in there. It just simply says provide the additional 20 weekly parking permits per week for the patients at no cost to KMMH or their patients. Now, that doesn't mean to say that we could use other initiatives to position those cars so they're not positioned in the street. Is that correct? Would I be reading that correctly?
Yes, Councillor Rowe. The feedback that I'm getting from families is that this is around the pressures to move the car and and the pressure of the fear of getting a fine. I figured that the 20 additional parking permits could be managed so that there is a wide area to park in, because the importance isn't being necessarily next door. The importance is having parking that you don't have to go move.
So finally, I'd suggest that unless you disagree, that what we're doing here is not set in concrete forever. You would agree with that, would you?
Of course. I mean, the state government's even announced that it's changing King Edward Memorial Hospital. It's not going to be there forever, and they are going to have to look at parking. I also think you can walk and chew gum. You can approve 20 permits, and you can lobby the state government or look for parking elsewhere or do whatever reports you want. But I do think that you can, right now, address that issue. Any further questions or speakers? Councillor Jennings.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you. This is just a question. Do we have any information about how the existing permits are allocated to, patients at the hospital or parents of patients at the hospital, and namely, are the most needy and lower, people who can least afford parking in the area to pay for parking? Are they the recipients of those permits, or is it just a bit of a free-for-all?
Councillor, I can answer on what I know, but I'm not an expert on it, and I'm not sure if any other staff member is necessarily more of an expert than I am. I did ask this question of King Edward staff, and I was told that patients who do qualify for this permit, and they do some selection in determining who qualifies, so it is sort of the most needy and long-term patients are then required to line up. And the feedback that I'm sure all of you have seen as well in the same emails and letters that have been written to us have people talking about lining up for 2 hours and may get them or may not get them. Further speakers on the item? Councillor Davis, or we go Councillor Stroud? Councillor Davis?
Sure, I'll just add my my vote of support. I don't see this as complicated. It's a good idea. It's a simple idea. We only need to make it as complicated as we make it tonight. As I see it, the only reason it seems to be alluded to here is that there's the potential for it to increase congestion on the streets, but it's evident to me that those people are already parking on the streets. It's just that they're risking a parking fine, and in most cases they're probably getting one. So what we're really talking about here is not 20 additional cars on these streets. It's probably 20 less infringements issued by the City of Subiaco every week, and I think I can handle that.
Councillor Stroud, did you want to speak?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. First, I would like to actually have a point of clarification, which is not included in my time. And this is because an adverse reflection was made to me, breaking with protocol with the statement in the gallery tonight. And there was a reference to me being passive or aggressive in the question that I asked in response to one of the submitters supporting your motion. And it was quite a genuine one. I asked if the writer of the email was aware of any other government subsidy in car parking. I have since found out, and the reason I asked is because that the city to the south of our border has the Children's Hospital and Charlie Gardner, and you would well be aware of the challenges we face with parking from those two hospitals. And with the Children's Hospital...
Sorry to jump in, but I just want to check. Are you speaking now on the item? Okay. So what are you doing?
I'm doing a point of clarification. Thank you, Mayor.
Do you mean a personal explanation?
Personal explanation.
Okay.
Thank you. Anyway, from my inquiries, just to finish, now you've dropped interrupted my train of thought. But we do suffer challenges from our South Ward, and of course there are parents of critically ill children, unfortunately, that are submitted to the Children's Hospital. I have found out that the Health Department, or the state government and the Health Department of the government, provides subsidised parking of $5 per day instead of the $23 for parents who qualify. So I just felt that that was a relevant point of information to know, and why I was just trying to get a better understanding. Thank you. Now I'd like to start with just asking a question. Thank you, through you, Mayor, and to you. You've pointed out that this issue has been around for some time. You could probably say for at least a good 30 years. But I'm not aware in recent history of it actually being raised to me as a councillor or to councillors. You've said that you've received numerous inquiries about it. And so I'm wondering why you didn't bring this to council in a timely manner. Why you didn't, for example, bring it to a workshop where we could have talked out, because it's very clear, even from Councillor Rowe's questions tonight, there are a lot of other parking issues that we could be considering in this lot. There are a lot of other issues which I'll address. So why didn't you bring it to us earlier so that we could have workshopped the issue? Thank you.
Councillor Stroud, I have raised this with staff since 2017, but there does seem to be little traction on it. And the recent events from COVID and other events that this council would be very familiar with have led to distractions from this important issue. We have not been focused on a whole range of issues that have faced this council, and this is one of them. I simply do not feel that we can continue to ignore what we know is occurring, and that is that parents are being interrupted with their time with newborn babies in the intensive care unit to move their cars to avoid getting a fine from the City of Subiaco.
Have you raised this issue with our acting CEO, Mayor?
No. And Councillor Stroud, I'd like to say that I'm not on trial. What we are doing here is discussing an item. So if you want to speak for the motion or against the motion, as I've said before, this actually isn't about me. This is about the motion that's before us. I'm happy to answer questions on the motion.
Thank you, Mayor, but it is your elected member's motion. My other question is that you have, in your words, figured that 20 passes will do. So my question through you, thank you, Mayor, to you, is why 20? How have you come up with that number?
Well, given what I'm hearing today, I might have been right, because I figured you wouldn't go for 40. I thought, what would be an acceptable number to council? That would be 20. We're simply putting another 20 permits that are already done. I thought maybe council will, see it in their heart that this is doable, that these cars are on the roads already. This isn't a big deal. This is simply addressing a need within our community, and it's around giving people security from the fear of getting a parking ticket so that they can see their babies. I am happy to make it 40 if anyone wants to amend it.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor Taylor. I just wanted to find out, explore this idea that these cars are parking illegally anyway. Can somebody tell me how many people with premature babies are getting fines every week? Thank you.
I'm not sure if that data's available. No. Can we go to speaking to for or against the item? Has anyone not spoken on the item and would like to? Councillor Stroud.
Thank you, Mayor. So I put to you, well, first I want to say my heart goes out to all the parents of NICU, and I have read all their emails and considered their stories and taken them to heart. I put to you, why stop at 20? Why not give all the NICU patients, the parents of the patients, passes? Why not? Why stop at 20? I feel that actually 20 obviously doesn't solve the problem. 40 obviously won't. The cry is out that they all need to be relieved of that pressure. Now, in putting that up to you though, we need to make a number of serious considerations of how we can best apply these permits, because in providing the permits, it doesn't automatically mean that they get a car space. We want to stop these people that are under enormous pressure, who just want to get into hospital and see their very fragile baby. We want to give them a certainty of a car place where they don't have to worry, and if they're there for 3, 8, 10, 16, 20 hours, they don't have to worry about it. Now, to do that, we've got to come up with some serious different parking options, because it is not fair to put that sort of timing load back onto the streets of local residents. Because, Mayor and councillors, local residents also have their needs. They've got Silver Chain, for example, wanting to come and service them. They may well have a sick child in Children's Hospital, and when they come home at night, they want to be able to park back at their refuge. Just like every one of these parents at the NIC unit, when they've finished after an exhausting day and return home, they expect to be able to park near their place as well. KMH, King Edward, is part of Subiaco's proud history and community. What I'm doing here is I'm actually giving the reasons of why I would like you to accept my motion, which I hope you vote this down, and I will present as an urgent business motion tonight. And these are my reasons, and they've been very well thought out. King Edward is part of Subiaco's proud history and community, and the City of Subiaco wishes to ensure that all stakeholder interests are addressed and all possibilities are explored. Stakeholders include the state government, King Edward, the NICU representatives, staff and parents, local Subi residents and businesses. This is a far more complex issue than just providing a random number of additional free, untimed parking permits. The local streets are already under enormous pressure. More permits do not mean that there are more available car spaces. City administration staff receive daily complaints from residents that they are experiencing acute parking pressure, and they request ranger assistance to address this. Residents frequently voice their frustrations that they are unable to park on their own street because of this parking pressure, that their vehicles are blocked in their driveways, and also when they park on their verges, people parking there without permission. And these complaints have been received over 6 years. NICU parents usually need to be at the hospital for 8 to 16 hours per day over weeks and months. A car parked 8 to 16 hours a day on a local street places a considerable impost on the amenity of residents and, where relevant, on businesses as well. Alternatives may need to be considered, such as underutilised parking stations. This may also be an alternative for the King Edward staff parking, where staff are currently parking on local streets. Subiaco's current provision of free unlimited parking for some NICU parents. I request longer time just to finish. Thank you, Mayor.
Yes, if you could bring your comments to a close, this has been quite a long item.
Subiaco's current provision of free unlimited parking for some NICU parents can be contrasted with the circumstances of parents of children who are patients of Perth Children's Hospital, and I've referred to the subsidy that is provided. Subiaco has similar issues dealing in the South Ward with the other hospitals. The City of Subiaco's preference is to avoid the stress of parking fines on all our visitors to the city. Parking fines are not directed at revenue raising, they are related to compliance and managing a very precious, limited community resource. This motion that I have put through to all of you this afternoon and to our Mayor is consistent with the city parking policy to develop and maintain appropriate parking control measures to ensure equity of access and to facilitate and promote the movement and parking of vehicles within the municipality. I therefore recommend that you take your time with this. It's obviously been hanging around for quite some time. We're only putting it aside for a few more weeks. We vote this down and we accept my urgent business motion later in the agenda. Thank you.
Speaker for the motion. Any further speakers for the motion? Councillor Phelan.
Thank you, Mayor. I feel the need to explain my decision tonight on this sensitive matter. I'll preface it with I'm not a heartless person, and actually if all goes to plan, 6 months' time my partner will be giving birth at King Eddie's as well. As we all know, parking is an ongoing issue for the residents throughout the whole of Subiaco and has become a cherished commodity. I myself live on Coghlan Road on the West Perth end of Subiaco, where it's particularly hard to get a car park during the day due to office workers who park their car on the streets and walk into West Perth, then return to move their cars at lunch breaks. From experience, it's quite frustrating having to park 100 metres down the road when popping back home during the day, and the decision that I've come to in the short amount of time that has been given us to formulate a decision on this item is that I'm not prepared to vote to take away the amenity of the affected residents. Rather, I'd like to make this issue a priority and workshop some of the alternative options that have been mentioned tonight that don't affect the residents.
Any further speakers? Councillor Jennings.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to find a solution to this obviously long-running problem, and I'm not sure that issuing the permits extra permits is the solution that we need, or is needed, or would provide a workable long-term solution. I am concerned about the impacts on, or the amenity, or preserving the amenity, or not degrading the amenity further of the local residents. At the same time, I think there are solutions for assisting parents who are under great stress with babies in the hospital, and that can perhaps be not by allowing further free parking on the streets, but as Councillor Rowe has suggested and other councillors have suggested, perhaps giving parking in our own car parks where there's some capacity, even if it's sort of spread around these car parks around the city. That would help the street parking situation, and it would also hopefully assist the parents in their parking. This isn't a simple, I don't think this is a simple problem. I think it's pretty complex, like all issues to do with people's well-being and strangely parking. There is a saying, and I don't want to sound, I suppose I'm going to sound facetious or a smart aleck, but there is a well-known saying that says, for every complex problem, there is an answer that is clear, simple and wrong. So in this case, we might be falling into that trap in terms of not getting the best solution and coming up with something that sort of is hopefully a win-win for everyone. I also agree with the idea that there's a proper process, consultation, I have personally felt somewhat, I'm sure that's not the intention, but that's how I've felt a bit ambushed by this, and that's nothing to do with the, I'm not making any aspersions on the parents, nothing, that, you know, that they're advocating for, and the hospital people are advocating for the best interests of, you know, the patients and I suppose the children as well, and that is commendable. But in local government we do have processes and we have to balance interests. It's never as simple as just giving someone or one party, you know, precedence over another, because there are always competing interests, and this is one of those cases. So I'm supporting the idea of what Councillor Stroud has foreshadowed, that we have a bit more investigation, try and come up with some other more workable and long-term solutions, and we go through in the process that we're meant to go through, instead of making what I would tend to say is a fairly knee-jerk reaction to a problem, to a very long-running standing problem. Thank you.
Any further speakers before we come to a close? I'll call the speaker to close, and that's me in this case. I don't know what to say, Council. Some of the things that have been suggested as ways of solving this supposedly complex solution of making sure that families in the NICU aren't fined seem a little bit unusual. We could get Wilson Parking to solve it. We only could say good luck with that. We could get the state government to solve it, because that hasn't happened to date. And we could kick the can down the road to 6 months' time when we've done, I don't know, whatever number of hoops that we're going to jump through, if council don't support this right now, and instead put it out to whatever process we say we're going to put it out to. I don't think this is complex. I think this is quite clearly about health outcomes. I think it's scaremongering to use phrases like 12,000 permits and extra cars in streets and loss of amenity for people who want to be able to park outside their own home any time of the day or night. I think that it's pretty clear what this motion attempts to achieve. And I did actually confirm with the CEO when you asked about, you know, have I raised this with the CEO? It has been raised from time to time with staff, but I'm not going to put the CEO or myself on the spot and say, yes, this was done in this time. I think it's pretty clear that the City of Subiaco has other things that are considered its priority, and things such as this are often pushed to the bottom of the pile. And part of the reason for that is because the people who lobby and advocate on this issue are way too busy coping and putting their family first than lobbying the council. So I do actually think council can, as I said before, chew gum and walk. We can put these permits in place right now. That doesn't bring in any extra parking, that doesn't bring in any extra people, that does achieve the outcomes that a number of people have spoken about tonight. And the other thing it does is that King Edward Memorial Hospital is the largest and busiest unit in the Southern Hemisphere. And we should be very proud of that. And we should not only be proud of it, we should actually demonstrate we're proud of it. And we can do that tonight by sending a message to both patients and staff who work there that the City of Subiaco is with the people who attend this hospital, who is hearing their concerns and are in it together with them. The nurses, the doctors, the patients, the parents, and the very, very sick babies. You aren't alone. You have the support of the City of Subiaco Council. And whether anyone wants to call this as a token or not, I don't care. I think this is a way we can demonstrate our support for King Edward Memorial Hospital. And so I commend the item to you. So we will call the vote, please. Thank you for your comments. It's a little bit inappropriate. If you could stop, please. I think I was elected to do that. We're in the middle of calling the vote. I think almost everybody's voted. Councillor Hammersley. So the motion is lost 5-7, and we will return to our regularly scheduled agenda. So councillors, the next item on our agenda is C5. Yeah, I understand, Councillor Phelan, you have a financial interest in this item. You can just text when you're out there. It's on page 19 of our agenda, the Local Heritage Survey of the Triangle Precinct Endorsement Post Advertising. So we have the officer's recommendation on page 19. Do I have a mover and a seconder for this item? If not, it'll lapse.
Wanted to speak to...
Yeah, no, I understand that, but it needs a mover and a seconder to be on the table. So you want to move it? Okay, so I've got a mover in Councillor De Vries. Are you seconding, Councillor Jennings? Councillor De Vries?
Yeah, this is one of those situations where I'm moving it so that I can just sort of express a little bit of concern, because until this evening I wasn't aware that there was any objection to any of the people on the local heritage survey in the heritage precinct to having their house on that heritage register. And after hearing from Hayden Wilson tonight of 97 Thomas Street, Subiaco, I'd just like to ask staff, through you, Mayor Taylor, for some clarification about why he has not been given the opportunity to remove his property from the heritage survey when I see that 3 other houses on page 25 of the report, which was the, one of them's been demolished obviously, but I'm just curious to know, he obviously came in very upset about it, and I just wanted to actually just get some feedback on that, and also whether we can do anything to ameliorate his concerns. Thank you.
Who would be the best person to take that question? Okay. Manager for Planning Services.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor Taylor. So page 21 of your agenda clearly outlines that the person had an objection, and there's reasons as to why that objection was considered. So I won't go into that, but it's a for information document only. The building presents as having some heritage value to the city of Subiaco. We're not listing it, it's just capturing that information. If council decides to remove that property, then that may be a motion that council may consider, but we don't think that there's substantial merit to remove it, given it's a full information document only. There's no heritage implications to this. And I would say that the gentleman was provided with the due process to have their objection, and it has been considered as shown in the agenda.
Councillor Mansfield?
I was wondering if I could ask a follow-up question, Mayor Taylor. Through you, perhaps to the Manager of Planning Services. So are there any implications in terms of the autonomy that the owner has over their property if it's included in the local heritage survey? Are there any implications for what they can do to their property?
Through you, Mayor Taylor, no, it's a for information informing document only.
Councillor Davis, I just was thinking, because we've kind of jumped into questioning, but did you want to speak to the motion, or are you happy for people to be asking questions, piggybacking?
Just a quick one through you, Mayor. Has Mr Wilson had that explained to him?
Thank you, and through you, Mayor Taylor, I am fairly certain that the Coordinator for Heritage and Projects would have explained it to him. It would have been in all our material and letters that have gone out. Sometimes you use the heritage word, and people don't necessarily read all the material or mix up some of the things. But we're happy to continue to approach them and explain it again.
Further questions, or would Councillor De Vries or Councillor Jennings like to speak to the item? Councillor Jennings.
Thanks, Mayor. I'll just say a few words. I think there's been through a process. It's been very thorough. The community has been. We've had the reference group. We've had consultants in to help with everything. So the process has been pretty thorough and rigorous, and it is my understanding, I guess it's from what staff have told me in my own reading, that the being listed in the survey has no consequences in terms of restrictions or restrictions on what you can do with your property, or how you would develop your property in future. And that is something that, if it applies at all, would possibly be at the next step of the process when things are individually heritage listed. Anyway, that's my understanding, and I think that perhaps the person who objected this evening may not really understand the process and not have understood that, and I sort of agree with what the Manager of Planning Services said, that if you mention the H word, it's not that people don't read it, but people get worried that there has consequences that, just as I mentioned before. So it's my understanding that's not the case. And also that is the only objection that I've heard of to the survey. And anyway, I'm going to be voting for this. I think it's a good initiative, and it just supports, one of our big values in Subiaco, which is our heritage and preserving it and honouring it. Thank you.
Councillor Mansfield.
If I could just ask another question through you, Mayor Taylor. If we endorse this motion tonight, is it possible for Mr Wilson to have his property removed from the survey at some stage in the future?
Manager for Planning Services.
Yes, and thank you through Mayor Taylor. Yes, he can have it removed through a resolution of council.
Just a question through you, please, Mayor Taylor. So my understanding about these heritage surveys is that they're a document that you prepare under the Heritage Act and you have to update every few years. And my understanding is also that heritage involves some kind of professional judgment, which I wouldn't pretend to understand. But how is it the case that the survey's been done and an individual can opt out of having their property included in the survey? Would it not be an incomplete document if that were to occur? Through you, please.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor Taylor. The reason why a property may not be included is if it's not adopted in the local heritage survey. So we've provided advice based on its assessment that it does warrant inclusion in this survey. The only reason why it wouldn't be on there is if there's a council motion to remove it, for example. So the reason why they have the opportunity is because we've done public consultation to inform our community and to bring them along the process.
Any Councillor Hammersley?
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. Just a follow-up question. Yes, so on page 20 of the report, I did note that we're required to do this by the state. It's not some Subiaco thing. It's actually something that's imposed on us. And it also has to comply with the guidelines for the local heritage survey that has been prepared under Section 105 of the Heritage Act. So just following on from that question that Councillor McMullen raised, I mean, how would you, if a property's been assessed properly and professionally to have some heritage value, are we not compelled to include it in the survey, which is, after all, just an informing document? It doesn't have consequences. Thank you.
Manager for Planning Services.
Thank you. And through you, Mayor Taylor, what I would say is that local government must prepare a survey of the places that, in its opinion, are of cultural heritage significance. So if we have the recommendation that it is, then that's a recommendation that we provide to council. If council then determines that it's not of cultural heritage significance going on the assessment on the place record, so that's page, I think, 743 of the attachments. If you don't agree with that, then there would be scope to remove it from the heritage survey.
Yeah, I have a follow-up question to that. I mean, it occurs to me that, I mean, this particular property happens to be on the edge of the survey, but it would seem to me that if we start unilaterally sort of removing different properties, we'd end up with a sort of Swiss cheese of a heritage, of a precinct, potentially. Is that correct?
Thank you. And through you, Mayor Taylor. Yes, I mean, removing it would diminish the extent of the survey.
Any further speakers? If there's no further speakers, I'll look to Councillor De Vries to close.
Thank you for just having the opportunity to address those issues, and yeah, I'll just take it to the vote now. Thank you.
I'll call the vote, please. Yeah. The motion is carried 10-0. I notice a few councillors have taken advantage of leaving the room. I would normally call a brief adjournment now at 7:49. We've been sitting here for 2 hours, and I note that we're going to an item that has an amendment which may take some time to do sort of 2 sets of debate. So if there's a few nods, I'll just adjourn for a brief comfort break. At 7:49 p.m, councillors, I'm hoping we can re-adjourn in about 5 minutes. So C6, Heritage Grant applications. We have an officer's recommendation for funding a number of properties. They're on page 24, and I note we have an amendment from Councillor Hammersley. So do I have a mover for the officer's recommendation? Councillor De Vries? Councillor Jennings, is that your hand up? Yep. Councillor De Vries, would you like to speak to the motion? Councillor Jennings? So is there anyone who'd like to speak to it before I look to Councillor Hammersley to test her amendment? Councillor Hammersley, do you want to test your amendment?
Thank you, yes. My amendment just relates to the third item, as the staff have been hitting a fairly regular hurdle with the popularity of the scheme, which is a great thing. But I thought that it was slightly too blunt an instrument just to say that everyone should not be allowed to apply more than once in 3 years. And really what alerted to me was the consequence of making an application. So the party in 1C has applied for $1,691, whereas a number of other people have applied for the maximum $5,000. And so you see immediately there's a bit of an inequity if person C is locked out for 3 years in the same way that the people who've had $5,000. So I thought to try and come up with something that was more equitable and also that assisted the staff so that they could just zip through these decisions knowing what the council thinks. So I've come up with an idea where we let everybody have a turn. So people who haven't had a grant in the past would be at the top of the list. And then we go to the next, which is people who have had a grant, and then we look at how much they've had. So if they've had the lesser amount, they can bring themselves up to, I mean, because $5,000 is the maximum in a grant. And then if there's still funds available, we go down to people who've had a grant the longest time ago. So if you've got someone that had a grant in 2016 versus a person who's had one in 2020, the recommendation would be for the person that's not had one for the longer time. So that's the underlying idea. And really it's about supporting the policy, which appears to be quite successful in helping people with their heritage conservation and enhancement. It is important because although I don't know where they all live and whether they apply for these grants, you know, having lived in this community for a long time, I do have the perception that whilst we have some people who are quite asset rich, they're not necessarily, you know, flushed with cash to look after these houses. They might have a house that's sitting on a block of land and they may have had it for many, many years. So it is very valuable, but it's not, you know, that they might not be in the position to care for it to the same level that assists us to keep our heritage streets appealing. So that's the background, and I'm pleased that the staff have been able to give us some extra information about the Heritage Grant Reserve Fund. I think that's a very good point, because I was concerned that the money wouldn't be spent if, for some strange reason, we didn't get a lot of grants, but actually the money stays in a reserve and ticks along until we do get enough grants. So Thanks to the staff for the extra information, and I hope people will be able to support my amendment. Thank you.
Sorry, Councillor Hammersley, I missed the seconder. Was it you? Oh, sorry, Councillor. Speakers for the or against the amendment, Councillor McMullen.
Just a question through you, Mayor Taylor. It might be semantics, but the officer comment says there's no objections. Is there a higher standard of approval that gets given out in officer comments whereby an officer actually approves amendments? I'm just wondering if you just take a step back, whether this amendment's their preferred way forward or whether it's just something that they can live with, and perhaps whether the amendment actually belongs somewhere else, like in a policy, so that it applies not just to this round of heritage grant applications, but might actually apply in perpetuity. Through you, Mayor Taylor.
I take your point. Director for Community and Planning Services.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor Taylor. If the amendment was supported this evening, then we would go forward and update the eligibility criteria, so that would be in place for future grants from this evening onwards.
I'm not sure that was the question. The question was around, the comments was, I think it was no objections or something like that. I don't have the exact wording in front of me. So the question from Councillor McMullen was around, what does staff actually think of it? Should it be somewhere else? Not what are we going to do if council passes it? I realise that we will make a decision as council as to whether we want the amendment to go forward or not, but I think the question was more of seeking an opinion from staff on the amendment.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor Taylor. The easiest way to put this is that this is something that's workable for us. In an administration sense, having a clear cut-off is the easiest for the city to administer, because then we're not asking for people to continually submit and receive quotes for the heritage work that they need to be done. So it's just a little bit more clunky doing it this way, and it requires additional work from the city and from applicants, which is why we don't necessarily say we support it, because it's actually clearer to have a cut-off. But the intention of it is not objected to, so we're happy with it. We can live with it. Just from an admin sense, it's easy if you have a clear cut-off. It's perhaps the easiest way to explain than the non-objection.
Councillor Davis.
It's just a further question to that through you, Mayor Taylor. Third paragraph of the officer comment. So would that suggest that the staff preference is to only adopt point B of the amendment?
Thank you, and through you, Mayor Taylor. That was in response to if the amendment doesn't proceed, so we could use it to that.
Any other speakers for the amendment, Councillor Rowe?
Well, just a question, maybe. If we're not getting fully subscribed every year, I mean, does that tell us we're just not promoting this? Because we hang our hat on this program pretty well, I gather. I won't debate it, sorry, but how often would it be that we don't get fully subscribed is the first question, and secondly, then do you think we need to promote it more widespread?
Thank you, and through you, Mayor Taylor, we are fully subscribed. We have been for the past 2 to 3 years, so that's why this issue has arisen. And the way that we promote it is through contacting everyone who is eligible to apply, and through other various means as well. So we haven't been undersubscribed for, I think, at least 3 years.
Then maybe my comment would be that if it's being fully subscribed, I don't see a problem. I would feel uncomfortable if somebody came back and had another go at it within the three-year period. So I would rather leave it the way it is myself. Generally what happens is they identify a job, you know, tuck pointing of the facade or, you know, the foundations or roof materials or things like that, where you want to stop the buildings getting worse through dampness and so on. Generally identify a job and complete that job, and that's how these variations in what they're claiming come up. They have to substantiate, you know, what the job's costing, for example. So myself, I think I'll just leave it the way it is.
Councillor Mansfield.
Yeah, just a question, Mayor Taylor, through you. So, because I have noticed over the time that we have awarded these grants that there have been people that have, you know, dipped into them more than once. So, is that something that is I guess, a regular occurrence, and is it problematic, I guess, from the staff's point of view?
Manager for Planning Services.
Thank you, and through Mayor Taylor, we've started to recently receive people who are going in again for the program. So instead of getting them or having them resubmit and then assessing them and tell them, sorry, you're not eligible, they've gone to the extent of thinking that they might get a grant, receiving quotes, doing some work to it, and then only for us to recommend that, or actually there's other people who haven't got one, we don't think you should, which is why we've come up with the 3 years. So it's become more of a problem. Perhaps it's some additional heritage areas we've put on recently, which again a really good thing, and perhaps, you know, in due course we'll reconsider the program and the funding, and, you know, perhaps that needs to increase. But until we get some really clear, I guess, numbers and oversubscription and seeing that, and this might provide a catalyst to understand that if the funding is maintained and can be acceptable for the next couple of years, with new people coming on board only, then perhaps the allocated amount is right.
Further speakers on the amendment? I'll put the amendment to the vote then, please. So the amendment is carried 7-5, so return to the substantive motion debate. So anyone would like to speak to the substantive motion? Yes. Councillor Nash.
Thank you. Look, I've always been somewhat ambivalent about these heritage grants. I understand the impetus behind them, but I've always thought that it's quite tokenistic, the amounts that go towards this, given what most of these things would actually cost. And I wonder if it's outlived its time. I know we have the heritage grants in place, and I won't necessarily be voting against it, but I guess I'm just suggesting that it might be timely for us to actually look at this. We live in a wealthy suburb. I'd suggest that many of these people would still do the work, even if it was if they didn't get the grant. These grants are very insignificant in terms of what most of the things that are proposed here. I find it a bit ironic that we have voted against giving 20 coupons a week for parking, but support this sort of tokenistic amount towards reasonably wealthy people doing up their houses. So, as I said, I may not vote it. I may still vote for it simply because it's part of our policy, but I do have issues with it.
Further speaker for the motion? If there's no further speakers, I'll look to Councillor De Vries to close. Councillor De Vries? I'll call the vote then, please. Motion is carried 12-0. Councillors, we now move to item 7. Item 7 is on page 30 of our agendas. The draft social infrastructure report. I note that we have an amendment from Councillor Hammersley on this item also. So we have an officer's recommendation that the draft City of Subiaco social infrastructure report be endorsed. Do I have a mover and a seconder for that one, please? It can lapse. Oh, we've got one hand up. Councillor De Vries. Seconder for the social infrastructure report, Councillor Rowe. Councillor De Vries.
Yeah, as I see it, that the report is one that's we've been waiting for. It comments on a lot of the infrastructure and what's perhaps needing to be updated or needing to be considered for some sort of alternative use or possible sale. But there are quite a lot of content in there which suggests that there will be a lot of decisions that need to be made down the track. So one of my concerns will be that what's in the report just doesn't sort of roll into decisions which don't come back to council. So I have a little bit of a concern that might happen down the track. So I am interested to hear from Councillor Hammersley to hear why she's wanted to change the word to received rather than endorsed. A bit of explanation so I can understand better what she has in mind. But I certainly commend the report. It's incredibly thorough. It has covered everything in the city. I think it's well written, and I think it gives us a clear picture, and it will be, I think, on the website soon. Is that through you, Mayor Taylor? When will this be up on the website for everyone, the community to read? Yeah, that's true. Well, I mean, obviously, depending on the decision. Good point, Mayor Taylor. Okay, thank you. That's all.
Councillor Rowe, did you want to speak? Would anyone else like to speak to the motion before I get Councillor Hammersley to test her amendment? Councillor Hammersley? And I just wonder, I'm assuming we've got a seconder for Councillor Hammersley's amendment, just so you can speak to it. Yep, Councillor Stroud.
Thank you. I'll try to be brief. I have proposed that we change the word endorsed to received, mostly because this is a very broad, far-reaching document, and we started out on a path to prepare a social infrastructure plan. And in the end, we decided not to quite go there, but rather to receive a report with technical information and suggestions. Now, maybe it's just semantics. I don't think so. I think the all words have meaning, and it's important to choose them carefully when you're leaving a public record. My main concern is around community reaction. There's some aspects of our community's infrastructure that are very sensitive, and people are very sensitive about them, very attached, and strong passions often arise. So I don't want to set a whole lot of rabbits running that are going to cause a lot of difficulty for our administration and ourselves with people getting on the wrong end of the stick. I do appreciate the staff's concerns about the gravitas that this document will have. In the end, I don't think it's a real point, because actually, whether it's a plan or a report or it is the case that none of this could proceed without further council consideration. In particular, the provision of resources through the budget. So, look, the risk is small in respect of, well, the risk is actually nil. But our community don't always understand the complexities of the framework in which we work. And so I just think it's important that we do receive this document. And I see it, part of my reasoning is also the timing of it. We've got to a point where we're on the cusp of doing a review of probably our most important document, which is our strategic community plan. And I see this as being something that will really assist that process. And I hope that it is given, it is used for us to go forward through that process, because we are in a state of change and there are ageing assets and needs, and these conversations are very difficult to have. They're complex, they're emotional, and people need information and facts, and they need to be given time to think and then speak. So, you know, we've funded, I believe we funded that process, or we're about to, I'm not sure which one it is. And it's an important step forward for Subiaco to bring the community in, to look at the big picture problems that exist and what people want going forward. And this document will help that, which is why I included the resolution that this should go up into the document, you know, the important corporate documents part of the website, because it is publicly available right now, because it's in somewhere in the 1,093 pages of attachments we've had to wade through to get to this meeting. It's there, so people could go and find it, but it's difficult. You know, it's difficult for people to do that. It's difficult for us as elected members 4 months down the track to go, oh, where is that document? And then we bother the staff. So really, those are the underlying reasons. And you know, if the council's not with me, I'm going to support anyway. But I think it's important that we be clear. Thank you.
Councillor Stroud, do you want to speak to the amendment?
Yes, this is something I had to think about, and I've had such a busy few days. I just used my mobile to go back and look up the meaning of endorse. And just to share it with you, it declares one's public approval or support of, so that would seem to be okay. However, you also use the term endorse when you endorse a cheque to someone, which is far more of a sort of doing action. And maybe it's upon that we have our reservations. I want to acknowledge the enormous work that has gone into this and commend it. It's been quite a journey, a bit of blood, sweat and tears on this infrastructure report. And we can receive reports, we can note reports, and we can endorse reports, and we can act on reports. In this case, I understand where Councillor Hammersley is coming from. I do believe received and still putting it up on the website makes it a legitimate report. I don't recall any policy, and apologies if I've missed it, perhaps I should have a question there. Is there actually a policy about reports being endorsed and put on the website versus reports being received or acknowledged and still put on the website? I have no idea about that. So I believe there is a bit of a scope here, and I recommend that it is received and included on our website. Thank you.
Any other speakers for or against the amendment? Councillor McMullen?
I'm going to speak against the amendment. I appreciate the definition of endorsed, and I think we're probably talking about endorsed in the first sense that Councillor Stroud's alerted us to, as opposed to the second, which one does to a cheque. But I would have thought that if we're being asked to endorse, we're being asked to do so for a reason, and that is to provide some approval of what's in the document. So I'd like to see the officer recommendation left as is, personally.
Any other speakers on the amendment? Councillor Roy.
Yeah, just quickly, I concur with what I just heard a minute ago. If I was looking at a document or a response from this council about a report and it just said I receive it, I would take that as meaning nothing. And I wouldn't then therefore put it on any website, because you're not endorsing it. You're just receiving it. It's almost, in fact, if I read it, I'd almost think you're wasting your money. You've wasted your money. What did that cost? Because you just received it. You either endorse it with the exception, some exceptions, or you don't. So the word receive, it just means absolutely nothing. I wouldn't say that should be put on any website.
Any other speakers on the amendment? Councillor Jennings.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, acknowledging the point of view of both Councillor McMullen and Councillor Rowe, I think there's nothing to stop the plan or report being on the website, received or endorsed. It contains information that we've compiled or staff has compiled, and it's valuable information for the community, and staff work's gone into it. So, and I don't think there's any distinction about whether something's on the website or not, whether it's been received or endorsed. And also the amendment actually addresses the fact that it should be to be placed on the website. So that sort of resolves any controversy that might exist by not specifying that if you and the nuance in in the language adopted. I do have. It is still unclear as to which things might come back to council and which might not. The way the officer comment is worded, to me, it means that there's some things that we are definitely, the funds will be committed and things will be done, possibly without council further approval or endorsement. And I would like to personally for council to be involved in the things that, in any action on the buildings and the infrastructure that we have. And so from that point of view, I'm happier that it's received, and then there's nothing to stop staff from bringing things back to council when they think the time is right to do something with something further with the assets mentioned in the report. And similarly, council, if they want to progress something, we can get that happening as well. So I don't think it's going to prevent further action, but it just might mean that council has a little more involvement than might have been contemplated, and I'm not averse to that. Thanks.
Any other speakers on the amendment? Councillor Nash.
Question, thank you, Mayor Taylor, through you. Is there anything that, if we were to endorse this report as suggested in the substantial motion, is there anything in there that would occur without it first coming back to council?
Perhaps through the chair, I could start the ball rolling on that one. Yes, there would be, councillor. But if you have a look at perhaps page 18 of the report, does provide some indication as to what might occur, and that would be, for example, work with Bob Hawke College in relation to shared use of Stage 2 Visual Performing Arts Centre, which would just be officer time. Advocate to Perth Modern School for the community use of a multi-purpose auditorium. Museum, explore options. So there would be a number of very routine administrative tasks associated with that, and so on. Certainly the staff would not be going out looking at selling community centres or anything like that, of course, because that would be a significant opportunity to include in the corporate plan and ultimately the budget, which would obviously need council approval. So perhaps if I could just add that, and may I also say my congratulations to the officers involved in putting this document together. I think all of the comments I've heard have endorsed the quality of the report. But it would be very unusual for a council to simply receive a document such as this rather than endorse it. Typically you would receive documents from external to the organisation and adopt documents produced from within the organisation. And that shows a council commitment to the actions and, in this case, opportunities they're described as, for officers to take those actions and, of course, come back to the council to incur cost if necessary and to take the matters further.
Thank you. Any further comments? From elected members, anyone who would like to speak regarding the amendment? I'll call the vote on the amendment then, please. So the amendment is lost 4-8. Let me go back to the substantive motion. Did anyone want to speak to the substantive motion? If not, I'll look to Councillor De Vries to close. I'll call the vote then, thanks. The motion is carried 11-1. Councillors, we pop back to C8 that we pulled from en bloc. It's on page 34 of our agenda. We have the dedication of a portion of lot 700 Aberdare Road as a rail reserve with the officer's recommendation there. I'm almost certain this one was pulled for a impartiality declaration because, no, we don't have an alternative or amendment. Oh, Councillor McMullen pulled it. I was just checking what we were doing so that if anyone needs to leave, etc., we're good. Okay, well, do I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Hammersley. Councillor Mansfield, thank you. Would you either of you like to speak to the motion? Councillor McMullen.
Thanks, Mayor Taylor. I think this is the first thing I've pulled from en bloc in 3.5 years, and I hate when other people do this, so sorry. Look, I've done it because there were 12 submissions opposing the proposal, and they came from residents who live around the John Street Park. They're concerned about what this might do to the park. They're concerned about the road creeping closer to their homes. They're concerned about trees. All of these things I think can be addressed at the landscaping stage, and we certainly can't knock back roadworks or the dedication of land because there's safety issues that we're told need to be addressed. But by pulling this, I just wanted to signal to staff and councillors that there is sensitivity around this project, and I think we'll need to be mindful as the project progresses that there's going to be a bit of work that needs to be done in the planning of the landscaping and a bit of work around communication to let those 12 residents know that they're not going to have Aberdare Road on their doorsteps. So I will be voting for the officer recommendation, and I'm sorry if I've wasted your time.
Anyone against? No, the item's carried then. Our next item is C9 on page 40 of our agenda, approval for the introduction of a trial verge valet service for a period of 18 months. And I note we have a amendment from Councillor De Vries. So with the officer's recommendation for the Verge Valet service on page 40, do I have a mover and a seconder, please? Thank you. I think I've got Councillor Nash and then Councillor McMullen. Did you want to speak to it, Councillor Nash? Councillor McMullen?
I'll reserve also.
Did anyone want to speak to the motion before Councillor De Vries tests her amendment? So, Councillor De Vries, I note your amendment is to make a specific day for the Verge Valet system, and that the decision about implementation comes back to Council. Do I have a seconder for Councillor De Vries' amendment? Councillor Hammersley? Oh, sorry. Yeah, that's correct. So, Councillor De Vries, did you want to speak to your amendment?
Yes, obviously I'm trying to address the concerns that have come from the community, and just from reading the information in the report, that there will not be a chance for residents on the week to put their waste out on the weekend because there's a 3-day time frame, and the day that was suggested that would be the pickup day was going to be Thursday. And I think that residents would like to have the opportunity to put their waste out with the support of other people. There may be elderly residents who can't lift things. There might be certain people who, for whatever reason, cannot manage to put waste out on their own. I think it's important that we allow for the community to have support. By only allowing 3 days, that may well mean that some people haven't got the chance to get assistance. I think it's a small thing to an extra day. I mean, the argument that it's unsightly waste is an unnecessary argument, because it's an additional day or two. We're not asking for an additional month or two. And I think even the argument that it's an unsightly waste is not an argument I really support in any case for having the Verge Valet service. I think it's pretty obvious that the community will have a lesser service, so asking for a longer period of time for the bulk waste to be out on the verge is a really small ask. I think we, pay rates for a reason. It's possible perhaps for the collections to be on another day, but certainly I think from Sunday onwards would make a huge difference to the community. I only use the Thursday example because that's the day that was put in the report, but obviously there will be constraints perhaps on that, but I certainly would like to ensure that the community have a good service, and that we don't take something away and say we're giving you back this wonderful service, but we've actually taken away the opportunity for our residents to be able to use the weekend where they can get support to put things out on the verge. The other reason, the second change that I made, was just that it will come back to trial, to council for a decision, because that wasn't mentioned in the report, so I wasn't absolutely sure that that was something that would happen. I think it's a very big decision. This is an essential service that the community gets. It's one of our key services, is waste collection. So I think we need to be the decision makers in the final analysis. I'm sure there'll be another community consultation. In the first community consultation, the community wasn't given all the information about the waste collection, that it was going to be 3 cubic metres, that there was only 3 days that it could be out on the verge. So certain information was missing from that report. That may have made a difference, I don't know. But I think that it's certainly, to me, it's one of the key and essential services. Well, there are many others, but it is one of our essential services, and we need to be aware that the community may feel that they are getting a better service, or they may feel they're not getting a better service, but we should be able to come back and make that decision. So that's why I put those very 2 minor changes to that. And I think at the end of the day, if this isn't supported, we're just not supporting our community, especially our more elderly and perhaps frail people who haven't got the option of, say, on a Monday or a Tuesday, getting support from family members. So I hope you will support my amendments. Thank you.
Councillor Hammersley?
Thank you. Just briefly, yes, I am going to support the amendments. I think it's not just frail people, it's also working families. I think, you know, clean up the house and get the stuff out is probably a weekend job. And unfortunately, at the moment, it doesn't appear that we can be offered a collection earlier than a Thursday, and that might change, which will be great. But in the meantime, I do think a Sunday would be appropriate. So that covers 2. 3, I must say, I did actually understand from the report that this is a trial and that it would come back to council, but I don't see any harm in stating it in the resolution, just in case community members don't realise that that's what's going to be happening. So I'd support that one as well. Thank you.
I just wanted to either raise an amendment from the floor or ask if the mover and the seconder would take this on. I actually think that it should be from Saturday onwards. How do you feel about that?
I'd be happy with that amendment. Yep, thank you.
So have Councillor Hammersley and Councillor De Vries happy to change Sunday to Saturday? Further speakers on the amendment? Councillor Davis.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, look, I won't be supporting the amendment. I think one of the key advantages of this new system is that you're not left with unsightly rubbish strewn down the street. It's clear in the report, and this amendment is eroding that advantage. It's undoing that good work, so I can't see any value in this and I won't support it.
Councillor McMullen.
I'm going to support the amendment, particularly with the change to point 2. The reason is a person who's in the business of waste has come up with the idea of a verge valet service, and they think it's a great idea, and we were told all about it at the briefing, and that's fine. But what really matters to me is how this translates to the real world. That's what really matters. It is a core business, like Councillor De Vries has said, and I think this amendment reflects the fact that rubbish is a byproduct of one's life. It's something that you're not going to schedule your whole week around, and if you need to put your rubbish out on a Saturday or a Sunday for a scheduled collection that's going to happen later in the week, then so be it. I think we need to give this proposal the best chance of success as is possible, and it would be a shame if people didn't see the merits of the Verge Valet service because they are inconvenienced as a result of having to put out their rubbish during the working week. I know from personal experience that just would be very difficult for me, and I assume it would be very difficult for many others. So I think the amendment's pretty sensible. I could do without point 3 if it came to it, but point 2 is what I'm really supportive of. I think it's good. It really puts this back into the real world.
Speakers on the amendment. Any further speakers? I'll put the amendment to the vote then. The amendment is carried 8-4, so we go now to the substantive motion. Do I have any further speakers on the motion as it stands now? Councillor Rowe?
Yes, thanks, Mayor Taylor. I've just got a question. I want to direct it to staff. So we've worked out when residents are putting their rubbish out on the street. So what would happen if I've got a commercial building down the street? What would happen if I rang up? What day of the week do I put my rubbish out and it comes out? And you come out and pick it up?
Manager?
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Taylor. You can put what was envisaged Saturday or Sunday or Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. So you can put it on any time. We just didn't want it to go past 3 days. So any time as close to the collection day as possible. Mustn't forget you've got 52 weeks to decide which day suits you. Thank you.
it doesn't matter if I pay $5,000, $10,000, $15,000 or $28,000 a year in rates. I have to take my stuff to the tip, do I?
Through you, Mayor Taylor, yes.
Any further, Councillor Stroud?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I'm a little bit disappointed with the change of the collections, but I understand we need to get used to this system, and I'm going to be very optimistic that the contractor employs more people and trucks, and we can probably get a service closer to the weekend, a service pickup anyway. I would like to address just some comments that were made in a statement tonight, or were at least put in front of us, because there is a little bit of confusion. There's a comment that about the council services being privatised and outsourced, and this could end up costing to ratepayers. And I just want to point out that the present bulk rubbish service is outsourced, that the city doesn't do that. I also want to point out that in actual fact, the more people who, the more members that commit to this service, the cheaper it will become, and particularly so with outside members. For example, the City of Vincent are interested, the town of Cambridge are taking on a trial period, and so on. There's much has been made about the 3 metre square use. This has not been an issue with the 3 local governments who have already taken on this service. And the reason it possibly has not been an issue is really because the process that you now go through in organising your valet service. You need to go onto a website, and on that website it will explain to you exactly what rubbish can be put out and what cannot be put out. And the reason for that is the days of us just throwing it all out on the verge and running inside and forgetting about it are over. What WMRC is doing here, and it's their mantra, they're managing waste wisely. And we are member councils to that, and they're trying to make it as sort of efficient for us, but also as sustainable and correct according to the war strategy and our waste plan and all the directives from the government, because the days of landfill, thank God, are quickly vanishing. And we do have to take responsibility about our waste. So, for example, when you go on the website and you book your Verge Valet service, you are going to be told what to do with your hazardous waste, because hazardous waste can no longer go out on your verge. It shouldn't have been going out there anyway, but it's now going to be very clear, and they're going to explain what you need to do with it. They're also going to explain to you what you do with your e-waste. Now, that's really for your own protection, because the identity theft from verges is alive and well, from people carelessly putting out their mobiles or their computers or, whatever else is with e-waste. You can no longer put out your toxic paint cans and run inside either. That also has to be distributed. And I just wonder too how many councillors around this table have even been down to the Brockway facility in the last 12 months, because you'll see a very, very different facility than what it was even 6 months ago, but definitely 12 months ago. It is extremely well organised because it's all about managing our waste wisely. So because of this really education about how to manage your waste, and this is also what WMRC is about, educating people, you will find that and also because this does not include your green waste, you will actually find that 3 metre cubic square or 3 metre square is really quite a lot. It's a couch, it's a washing machine, it's boxes put on top of your couch and so on. It really is, quite a lot. You will probably find it sufficient. Yeah, I think that covers. I just wanted to address those two issues in particular, and I commend this resolution to you. Thank you, Mayor.
Any further speakers? Councillor Hammersley.
Thank you. I am going to support the recommended resolution. I just wanted to briefly address, though, that I have noticed that there is some disquiet in the community about the change, and this is a change in service. I think for some people it will be a bit of an adjustment, and I've seen what concerns have been raised about it. In particular, people are worried about the informal recycling that we've all observed occurring along the verges. However, I think we do have to appreciate that there are requirements that we improve how we manage waste that are coming from the top down. I think there are also community members pushing from the bottom up who would like to see waste managed in a better way. And one of the advantages, which, you know, I know the staff were against us slightly undermining it with our practical amendment to let people use their weekends for that type of task. But I think that the fact that people can choose their own week will mean that you won't get as much stuff on verges. I mean, everyone's not suddenly going to go, oh, this is the week I'm going to do my rubbish, and, you know, everyone in the suburb does. So although there will be still some time that the material's on the verge, it'll be one house in this street, one house in that street, one house in this street. So, look, it is a trial. I think we've had initial public consultation. It was pretty close, but it was broadly, I mean, there was a majority that people that want to give it a go. So having taken all that into account, I think this is the right step, and I'll be supporting it. Thank you.
Any further speakers? I'll look to Councillor Nash to close.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. Look, just quickly, I mean, there's people that love their waste that know far more about this than I do. But even though it's proposed as a trial in Subiaco, it's obviously a tried and tested bulk waste disposal method in other places, and it appears to have worked well. I'm not particularly happy with the amendment that's been included. I think, as Councillor Davis said, it does defeat the intent of the method of disposal. The whole point of this is that to become more efficient, if there's the number of booked services you can make in a year should be enough to not have huge collections of rubbish out on your verge. And I think we see that already in Subiaco, that there's not huge piles as there used to be at the beginning of this sort of pickup, even with the old regime. So I don't think that's going to be a big concern, but nonetheless, I think this is something that should be supported. The Verge Valet collection, and I commend it to you.
Thank you. I'll call the vote, please. The motion is carried 9-3. So, councillors, we come now to C10, the 2021-22 review of the Register of Delegations and Authorisations from Council to the CEO. Have the officer's recommendation that the attached delegations be adopted. It's on page 45 of the report. page 45 of the agenda, and this item requires an absolute majority. Do I have a mover and a seconder for this item? If not, it'll lapse. I've got a mover, I've got a seconder, thank you. Councillor Stroud and Councillor Hammersley. Councillor Stroud, did you want to speak to the item? Councillor Hammersley?
Briefly. Look, I am going to support this motion, but there are some sensitivities around it which I'd just like to record, and that's something that's in the staff report. There have been some changes. There's been quite a few changes because there's always changes in the world of government. I guess the one that most, I don't know, not controversial, interesting to me was around those issues that have been looked at in the inquiry. And I think one of my concerns about how we understand our roles revolves around section 5.45 of the Act. And I just want to record that I don't agree with the statement on page 46 in our report about acting through, but I don't need to explain all that in this forum. I just want to put that on the public record. There have been some adjustments, and they've been discussed in a workshop, and I'm ready to vote in favour of the recommended motion, bearing in mind it's something we have to get done because it's a statutory requirement. Thank you.
Speaker against the motion? Would anyone else like to speak to the motion before I call the vote? I'll call the vote then, thanks. So the motion is carried 9-2. So we move now to C11, the report into the inquiry of the City of Subiaco on page 49. We have the officer's recommendation on page 49, and we had a lot of declarations is the word I'm looking for. We had a lot of declarations on this item, which was why it was pulled from the en bloc. So do I have a mover and a seconder on C11, please? Thank you, Councillor Mansfield. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Hammersley. Anyone intending to vote against? No. Councillor Jennings?
Sorry, just in case you're about to call the vote, I would like to speak to the item. So before you call the vote, I would like to do that. Thank you.
Councillor Mansfield, would you like to speak? Councillor Hammersley? Okay, so the mover and the seconder reserving. Councillor Jennings?
Thank you, Mayor. I just have two questions before I do that through you, if that's possible. One is probably for the CEO, if he can answer that. And that is, did the department give indications that, and what are they, if you can speak to them, that they did not review all the submissions that were provided to them about the draft report? And the second question is to clarify whether or not, in fact, one of the propositions made in the report in paragraph 258, I think it is, that talks to meeting length being extended and additional items coming to council due to due to a change in delegations in July 2020 that the council made, and whether in fact those meeting length and increased items has in fact occurred. Thanks.
Councillor Jennings, just before we get to the first, I noticed you had two parts to your question. The letter, which I understand was circulated to all councillors by the CEO, did address the first point of that question. CEO, did you want to read that out, or how would you like to handle that?
Through the chair, I don't know that I need to read it out. I think it was fairly self-explanatory. When the director and I met with the Director General and his senior officer, we certainly expressed the views, as you well know, about the submissions. We suggested that there had been insufficient time to consider them fully, and that was agreed and noted by the officers there. And I think their letter agrees that as a result they are reviewing these submissions, and as a consequence the report will be reviewed. And as for paragraph 258, I don't have any further comment on that.
Any further questions, Councillor Jennings?
Not questions, Mayor, but I am ready to talk to it if you're ready for me to do that, but I can wait if other people want to. Thank you very much. I'll be first off supporting the staff recommendation. And the city is required to respond to the minister within the 35 days, failing which the minister can suspend the council. So that's one big reason why we need to action this, and the staff's recommendation does that. But I just wanted to put on record that from myself personally, complying with those statutory requirements should not be taken as agreement with or endorsement of the report's contents. I consider the report in both significant and minor ways is inaccurate, omits relevant information, and so is incomplete and misleading, contains much apparently uninvestigated hearsay, treats similar matters inconsistently, sometimes fails to reach obvious or any conclusions, reaches some unjustified and counter to the evidence conclusions, and has seemingly cherry-picked information that seems to support a particular narrative. I took up the department's invitation to comment on the draft report and made a detailed submission. My submission pointed out multiple issues and provided substantiating evidence, pointed out factual errors with corrections, and requested inclusion on relevant matters of my countering and I consider equally valid and probative opinion to various instances of pure opinion contained in the report. The department has given indications that it did not review all the submissions, councillor submissions, before finalising the report, despite its obligation to afford procedural fairness to those mentioned in the report, including to properly review submissions made in the natural justice process. As such, it might be tempting to prosecute my or other councillors' personal injustices in the report, but there are two substantive matters that relate to council and how the report has incorrectly and, in my view, unfairly impugned council, and that is what I want to principally address. The first relates to the findings, as I foreshadowed in my question, I guess, in paragraphs 257 and 58 of the report, which are dealing with impacts or alleged impacts of a council change to delegations in July 2020 regarding council meeting length and number of items before council, both increasing due to that change. I had not identified any such matters coming to council, and indeed I sought clarification of that from staff, and staff have confirmed to me, or at least that's my interpretation of the information I was provided, that no such effects have in fact been felt, even though the staff had a reasonable, presumably presumption at the time that that might be an outcome, but in fact it has not been. And the point of that is that in my submission to the inquiry on the draft report, I did correct that information because staff kindly provided that to me in time for that to happen, and that is a matter that has not been corrected in the report, in the final report, which is quite telling. Then the second matter that I wanted to address is the allegation or the finding or the comment in the report that Council poorly managed CEO Lavery's 2019 and 20 interim performance review process. Well, I disagree with that, and I think that the evidence is supportive of that position. The process was the responsibility of the CEO Performance Review Panel appointed by Council in November 2019. The interim review process was instituted by the previous Council in September 2019. Council was to have no involvement in these reviews other than to receive any interim performance review reports. Council suspended the interim review process at the 27 April Council meeting as soon as possible after the panel's 17 April 2020 unexplained resignation. Therefore, it's a contention, and I believe that the correct one, that any poor management of the review process was not the fault of this Council. And really, that's all I wanted to say on the matter, and thank you for listening.
Councillor Stroud.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I recommend this resolution to you. It is a collaborative effort between staff and elected members. It is a near impossible task to undertake a governance review on inaccurate information. This report appropriately and respectively requests for the Department to receive this recommendation with the Officer's report and, together with the consideration of all the submissions, update the inquiry findings and recommendations, and then effectively allow the City the extra time to respond. There are a number of relevant considerations associated with the City's response. The Minister has agreed, for example, to the City's reduction to 8 councillors and 4 wards. The term will be up for the Mayor and 5 councillors. Rochelle Lavery has since resigned from the position of CEO. And Mr. Colin Cameron starts as a new CEO on the 16th of August, and we followed to the letter the CEO recruitment process, the new model CEO recruitment process. Council has also adopted the new Code of Conduct. Councillors, in a short period of time, we have moved from a leading metropolitan council to one under an authorised inquiry. It has been a distraction, and it will be a complete waste of time if it is not dealt with appropriately. The A1 findings acknowledge that, for example, with the matter of complaints, it appears to be an underlying issue for a number of matters at the City. I agree, but an obvious shortcoming of the inquiry is that with some of the matters of concern, and in spite of the evidence, the A1 is falling short of any real determination. Consider, for example, the 2018 selection of CEO Lavery's review panel members. It was conceived that myself and another elected member were considered unsuitable due to bias towards the CEO because she had supposedly submitted a complaint on us. And yet, there was no evidence to suggest that we could have actual or apprehended bias against Miss Lavery and hence be unsuitable. This is because CEO Lavery did not submit the complaint against us. She was on leave at the time. When the Mayor and Miss Lavery met with other councillors to discuss the suitability of councillors...
Point of order, Councillor Stroud. You are reading points from a report that has already been described as not factually correct and may be in error. So I must warn you that if you are saying what you believe are facts because they're in the report are not necessarily so. So I just want to make sure that you don't make any statement that is not factually correct.
Thank you, Mayor. I will continue. So when the Mayor and Miss Lavery met with other councillors to discuss the suitability of councillors...
Point of order, that does not sound like a factually correct statement.
It is factually correct. Admitted to it, Mayor. You admitted...
I'm not sure what I'm meant to have admitted to. If you're quoting the authorised inquiry report, I don't have it in front of me, and I understood that we were reviewing the officer's recommendations. So I'm not sure how going through a blow-by-blow of what you think occurred or what you think is somehow a admission of fact is relevant to what we're trying to do today.
Thank you, Mayor, but I've provided all the supporting evidence too, and I'm prepared. I don't believe it's a risk. I'm prepared to point out what happened. I believe it's a very important example of procedural fairness and the lack of natural justice, and I'd like to finish what I'm saying without your interruption. I assure you I have all the evidence for it.
I'm not asking whether you have evidence or not. My point is, I'm more than happy for you to speak your point. If you're picking lines out of the authorised inquiry report, I'm reminding you they're not necessarily factually correct.
I'm not. Please let me finish. Instead, when the Mayor and Ms Lavery met with other councillors to discuss the suitability of councillors, no procedural fairness was chosen, because we were not actually asked if any bias existed. Instead, innuendo and conjecture was allowed to take place in the presence of other elected members and senior staff. This included governance advice and veiled intimidating references to the CCC in a governance forum. Councillor Hugh Richardson, past serving, and I did not nominate for the panel. 6 months later, the Standards panel exonerated us from the complaints. Where is the procedural fairness and natural justice? The A1 has been provided with all the evidence, and in fact a lot of evidence before even the inquiry. They sought this evidence even before the inquiry started. To stop this ever happening in the future, the A1 should clearly acknowledge what happened and call it for what it is. Furthermore, the authorised inquiry then ignored the evidence of an orchestrated spreadsheet of complaints on 5 councillors. To quote from the FOI Commissioner, the requested document contained information about untested allegations made against a number of councillors. That document was not a register of complaints as described in section 5.121 of the Local Government Act. To repeat, it was not a register of complaints as described by the Act. So what is it? Where is the procedural fairness and natural justice to this? Bearing in mind that this spreadsheet was nearly released in as an FOI in a public forum. I'd like to know also what assurance do we, and this is why it's very relevant to our future as a council, what assurance do we have that this erroneous behaviour has ceased? Thank you.
Further speakers to the officer's recommendation? If there's no further speakers. Oh, Councillor Phelan.
Thank you, Mayor. I commend this officer's recommendation to you, and I'd just like to take the opportunity to set the record straight in some of the things that are mentioned about me in the report. My name's mentioned on paragraph 94 that states Councillor Phelan has not completed any of the training units required. This allegation is false, and I have the documents to prove that. I completed the training in full starting on the October 2020 and the final unit completed in January 2021. The other time my name is mentioned is at paragraph 120 and 143, alleging that my declarations of impartiality relating to former councillor Julie Matheson were not appropriate. Paragraph 147 alleges that I did not disclose my interest as kinship, friendship, or a member of an association. This allegation is factually incorrect because there is no blood relationship. Former councillor Matheson is my dad's partner. The term friendship has been disclosed in the public domain on many occasions in my campaign for election as a councillor. Former councillor Matheson as my mentor, and my declaration of interest that I reside at the same address, which implies that Julie is known to me because I live at the same address. There was no intention to mislead the council or the public in any case, and this declaration was consistent at all times. I was never told that the CEO had received legal advice about this matter, and the advice was never discussed in person with me. However, during the inquiry, it was drawn to my attention that the legal advice on my declaration was buried in Loch Lizard. And to correct the record further, at paragraph 130, former CEO Lavery should have provided declarations of interest before her attendance at the 2018 CEO Appointment Council meetings as reported in former councillor Julie Matheson's sat appeal by former councillor Richardson, but she did not, and surprisingly, department appears disinterested in investigating the real breach of declaration in this inquiry.
Further speakers? If there's no further speakers, Councillor McMullen.
I think I've lost a lot less sleep than some others at the table about this report. I've asked myself, what do we do about this report, and what does it actually say? I mean, there's some recurring themes. One is that there was a council that could have performed more like a leading council and perhaps could have been a bit more collaborative with each other. There's another theme that staff could have done a better job to support the council and the city. Frankly, there were problems with the former CEO and problems with the mayor. Who's actually going to argue with any of these recurring themes? I'm not going to. And I'm not pushing for a rewrite of this report either. I mean, it's not a perfect document, but it's also not the problem. It's not the product of a royal commission or a court process, and nor should it be. It was put together with the resources that the department had available to it, and yeah, there's some small issues to iron out. But personally, I think we need to approve the officer recommendation and move on. I say we treat the report as a good thing. The recommendation was actually pretty soft in my view. Simply recommending a governance review as a result of what's happened, I think is quite a blessing. There's many benefits to having a governance review, and it wouldn't be out of the question for an organisation to review how it does governance, even outside of an authorised inquiry. It doesn't have to be treated as a bad thing, and if that's the worst thing that's come out of this flawed document, then I, for one, can live with it. Look, sometimes it can be hard to look at a reflection of oneself, and in some ways that's what this report is. It's not perfect, but maybe if the department actually considers what's been submitted in relation to the draft report, then some of the peripheral issues will be ironed out. But at the end of the day, I'm reminded of a book my 3-year-old was given recently, and it's titled "You Get What You Get and You Don't Get Upset." And look, I think that's what needs to happen when you're put in front of an inquiry. You don't get to write the report; the inquiry does. The better policy, I think, would be to not get put in front of an inquiry in the first place. So I look forward to the governance review. I think we'll get the terms of reference right, and we'll hopefully appoint a governance professional, ideally from outside of the local government sector, who'll help us on our way from October onwards. So I'm quite happy to support this officer recommendation and to move on from the report pretty quickly after that.
Any further speakers? I'll call Councillor Mansfield to close. You want to have a go too?
Yeah, I just want to support the the CEO's recommendation on this. I think his report is thorough, and I'm happy with those recommendations. I'm particularly happy, as perhaps Councillor McMullen alluded to, that I did lose a little bit of sleep over the fact that my own training wasn't mentioned. It just seemed something like that, which was recorded in an email with attachments, with certificates provided, that it wasn't picked up but in my response. So it kind of did throw me a bit. I think then I took a closer look at some of the report, and it did make me think a little bit more about whether there were aspects of the report that could have really been done a little differently. I'm not criticising the authorised persons who did it. They had a time frame. They were obviously 2 days to respond, and that obviously didn't seem to happen in my particular instance. But it certainly, some of the report reflected on personal opinions as opposed to actual facts, and that the fact that my personal opinions weren't quoted did also disappoint me slightly, because I take the view that everybody's position can be different and we can have disagreements. So I do hope that that is clear, because it didn't come up in the report. But I do commend this this report from the Chief Executive Officer, who I believe has been very supportive, and I do want to thank him for that, particularly in correcting the record and getting the factual accuracy into the report. And yeah, I certainly just want to pass that thanks through you, Mayor Taylor. Thank you very much.
If there's no one further, I'll go to Councillor Mansfield to close. I'll put it to the vote. Thanks. And the motion is carried 12-0. So, councillors, we now move to C12, the annual budget. We have the annual budget commencing on page 56 of our agenda, with the officer's recommendation on page 56. And I note that we have no amendments or alternates, but we do have an absolute majority required. So do I have a mover and a seconder for the budget, please? Councillor Hammersley. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Stroud. Councillor Hammersley, would you like to speak to the budget?
First of all, I'd like to ask some questions. My first question is with respect to something you said earlier this evening, and I'd like an explanation as to what you are actually talking about in respect of watermarks on documents.
I think we'll have to take that on notice and take some advice from staff because it's pertaining to confidential documents. I'm just making a declaration to say that I can judge the matter impartially, and so I don't really have much more I can say in a public forum, I think, Councillor.
Mayor Taylor, I'm not asking you to disclose what's in the confidential documents. You raised an issue about, I can't remember the word you used, but it was a serious matter that you raised about the process of this budget. If there has been a lack of process, I would like to know about it.
I'll just find my notes. The circulated documents for the first budget were watermarked with a councillor's name and dated almost a month before the apparent independent documents were provided to elected members.
We had 4 workshops on this matter, and my recollection is that the Mayor attended only one of those meetings, being the 4th meeting. Is my recollection correct or incorrect?
No, Councillor Hammersley, due to various reasons, I was only able to attend the 4th one. Thankfully, thanks to the CEO and the provision of budget documents, I did have the materials from the other workshops.
Thank you. Yes, I'm going to be supporting the budget. We have been through a process to consider it, and like every budget, it's a difficult process, but it has once again reminded us about the true state of the financial circumstances of the city of Subiaco. Last week, we were soundly admonished for things that we don't do. Well, there's a reason that some of those things aren't happening. And we did address those issues in those workshops. Some of us were able to attend them all and therefore communicate with our fellow elected members, and also to listen to and seek advice from our staff about our financial position and making those really tough choices about what we can and can't do, particularly coming out of COVID, and making a decision about whether we would increase the rates. In circumstances where the real amount of money that people are going to put their hands into their pockets and contribute to the community purse is going up, even though our staff have done a sterling job at holding down and not increasing the total budget amount. But because we gave that $2 million, I don't know what you call it, but we applied the $2 million last year to help relieve people, it does look like there's an increase. We also discussed the fact that there are problems in our long-term financial plan. There are also limitations in our ability to borrow money. We are a local government. We are in a statutory framework. We don't get mining royalties. We don't just have endless amounts of money coming our way. Well, nor does the state government, but they have more endless money than we do. So we are constantly troubled with very difficult decisions about what our community can and can't afford and what they will and will not tolerate in terms of financial impost. So yes, we've been criticised for what we're not doing, but there are good reasons for it. And us people who've been maligned as the old guard because we might be about 60 years old are committed, I think, as a council, as a collective, to making those tough decisions, but still trying to keep our options open. I mean, the previous council, talking about Subiaco East, the previous council did come up with a proposal that both it and the staff thought could move that thing forward. It wasn't accepted by the state government. So here we are, by our mayor, only criticising us, not criticising the state, only criticising us. But we don't have the money. And if somebody can find a benefactor, whether it be a private individual, whether it be the state government, or they can change the law so that we can borrow money against our land holdings instead of only against our rates base, the whole world would change. But to criticise the people who sit at this table...
Point of order, Councillor Hammersley. Are you talking about the budget or are you talking about me? Oh, as long as you're talking about the budget, that'd be great.
I am talking about the budget because this is the pointy end of all that decision making, where we have to look at the books. Now, I'm not the most numerate person that ever walked the earth, but I have worked as an insolvency lawyer for 30 years. I know how to read a balance sheet, and I know when somebody's solvent and when they're not solvent. We are in a good financial position, but we don't have a spare $40 million unless we commit our ratepayers to a massive rate increase over a number of years. We have discussed this previously. There are timing issues. We haven't closed off any options. And people who have lived in this community for the long term, who've been here for a long time and are going to be here for a long time, will continue to work on these issues, and nothing has been closed out. So there are tough decisions. We haven't had as much money as we would like to have to do all of the competing things that we have to do. one of the really big issues that we have covered or starting to deal with is this building. It's a problem, and that's, you know, the type of competing issue that we have to balance up. We do our best, and we have worked hard in those 4 workshops to communicate with each other and to come up with something that we hope moves Subiaco forward. So I'm going to vote for this budget, and I hope everyone else will. Thank you.
Councillor Stroud, would you like to speak to the budget?
Very briefly, that this has come out of 4 excellent workshops, and I commend the input in those workshops and the proactive way that the staff responded. I suggestion to you, if anybody that and to anybody who believes that we are a council that is doing nothing and is not achieving, I recommend you read our annual report and our budget, because it's all in there. Thank you, of what we are achieving as a council, and there's a considerable amount. Thank you.
Speaker against the motion. Any further speakers for the motion? Councillor Jennings.
Thank you, Mayor. I just would like to ask a question, if that's possible, and through you, and about the allegations about the watermark documents. I don't understand the significance of that, but I would, if staff would like, if the CEO or other, to direct it to another staff member, would like to address those allegations, perhaps not, but I would just like to hear from staff, if possible, if they've got anything to say about that. And I also understand if they don't want to engage on that point. Thank you.
Yes, through the chair. Yes, look, I was advised by a councillor that they had received a bundle of documents regarding the budget on the 29th of March, and those documents had a watermark along the lines of printed by Councillor Stroud on the 2nd of March, and I'm presuming that most councillors would have received that document watermarked in that way. That was certainly news to me. I took that up with the relevant manager, who confirmed pretty quickly that it was an error in the locked lizard printing system. Somehow those words were watermarked on the document. There had been no communication with Councillor Stroud in relation to the budget or those documents. And it was simply an inadvertent printing error on those documents.
Any further speakers on the budget motion? Councillor McMullen.
But yeah, I got similarly watermarked documents as well, and it never once crossed my mind that Councillor Stroud had been workshopping the budget without us.
Further speakers on the budget? Councillor Hammersley.
Thank you for the explanation, CEO. Did the Mayor have that knowledge before she made her declaration tonight? Thank you.
CEO, it's coming through me? Yep.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. Well, I just would like to say that, no, I didn't have that information, but what I was hoping to have before the meeting was the answer to the FOIs that I'd put in. We've already just had multiple examples of people having different versions of events outlined in the authorised inquiry report, different from staff, different from different elected members. I was hoping to see what exactly had occurred. Are we... I could have, Councillor Stroud, just like you could have asked me instead of whatever accusatory comments you were making on the earlier item. Are we discussing the budget? Do we have any further speakers? If not, I'll call to a close. Councillor De Vries.
This is just a follow-up on the comments made about the workshops. I just wanted to say, because there hasn't been an opportunity to thank staff for the fantastic job, Director Hawkins in particular, so through you, Mayor Taylor, big thank you to staff. for the detail and the opportunity for us to discuss these in the briefing forums. That's why I'm not going to speak tonight. But thank you very much. That's all. Thank you.
Further speakers, Councillor Jennings.
Thank you, Mayor. I too just want to thank staff for their usual hard work, slaving away at the budget, and it takes months and months of work, as well as for the good work of councillors in, attending all the workshops and, having input into the process, because it is quite fairly onerous and there's a lot of information to absorb. And I just this is all in the documents, I guess, but one point about that flows from the budget, the rates. And whilst Councillor Hammersley adverted to this sort of in a sideways way, whilst we've having a 0% rate increase because of the contribution, the 2 million contribution that was made last year from the city's funds to the rates effectively, that meant the rates were, I don't know what the figure was, like 8% or something if I recall, but that may be completely wrong, less last year. And so this year people will experience as an actual dollar increase, but in terms of the amount charged or levied, it's the same as last year. And that's the explanation why council, I guess, hasn't gone for a bigger increase than 0%, because people will actually experience in real terms an increase in rates, even though it's a 0% increase. Thank you.
Further speakers on the budget? Councillor Hammersley, would you like to close?
Thank you. Yes, I will close by just picking up on that. Perhaps something I did want to say that we did discuss in the workshops with the staff, because we are very concerned about the long-term financial position of the city. And I'm so tired I can't remember what the phrase is, but there's a gap in our renewals that we can see looming in the future. And so asset renewal gap, something like that. So it's looming, and the staff are keeping a very close eye on it, and we did discuss the implications of that and whether or not it was wise not to raise the rates this year. I certainly expressed the view, I'm not sure the extent it was supported by others, but I can't remember. And it's certain, of course, it's not binding because it's just an informal workshop discussion. But I was keen that the community be alerted to the fact that it is very difficult. We've had 2 years with no rates increases. There are increases in costs. There is this asset renewal gap problem looming, and that our ability to hold the rates down is not likely to continue. So I think forewarned is forearmed for people when they're making their financial plans. But of course we will continue to try and find efficiencies and to hold costs down as best as we can. But we do have projects that need to be done, and we also are carrying a lot of assets that do really tax our finances. So having said all that, I commend the budget. Thank you.
I'll call the vote, please. The budget is carried 12-0. Oh, sorry, 11-1. My apologies. 11-1. So, councillors, we've come to our last item of this evening, C14, the certification of compliance with the City of Subiaco standards for CEO recruitment, performance and termination. We have the officer's recommendation on page 69 that council certifies the recruitment of the Chief Executive Officer was performed in accordance with the city's standards. This also needs an absolute majority. Do I have a mover and a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Mansfield. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Jennings. Do I have anyone intending to vote against? No, I'll call it carried then. Thank you. So, councillors, we come to item 12, the new business of an urgent nature. Councillor Stroud, I understand you've got a document or something.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And if this is under Local Law 2.21, that I'm permitted to move an urgent business motion, I have provided a copy to be distributed to all councillors. The actual motion put to you was this afternoon, and also I spoke to all the reasons this evening.
Councillor Stroud, just to confirm though, this isn't quite the same one that you emailed me, because I thought that had the words like defer or something like that in it. So I'm just wondering what the changes are from what you emailed this afternoon.
I think it's just the start of it. It says the council prepares a report for council on parking around King Edward Memorial Hospital and the proposal put in Mayor Taylor's elected members' motion dated the 10th of June, including but not limited to. And I think I started the other one with that council defers consideration of this matter to allow proper consideration. So it's just because what I put to you, I foreshadowed a motion, and in this case it had to change to becoming an urgent business motion. But otherwise the points A through to G or 1 to 7, depending what's in front of you, are exactly the same.
So we have the urgent motion brought by Councillor Stroud, and I assume she'll be moving it. Do we have a seconder for Councillor Stroud's motion? Councillor Hammersley?
Before I start, Mayor, I just wondered if councillors wanted 5 minutes just to read over this motion. Thank you.
Councillor Stroud, perhaps if you talk us through it, because if you're going to speak to the motion for 5 minutes anyway, that might cover the time it takes to read it.
Okay, the point of this motion is still to take us forward and find the very best solution for our NICU patients, as well as managing our parking and looking after our residential and business amenity in the precinct. So point A is that the CEO prepares a report which will include discussions with King Edward regarding all the options available to improve access to getting a bit tired, parking bays for patients and visitors. And these discussions are to include the impact of the staff parking in the precinct. The reason I raised this actually because it was brought to my attention, I don't know if it's true, but the observations that have been made by local residents is that the King Edward staff are actually parking in the local streets as well, and they're also, so that means they're potentially taking up valuable spaces in emergency situations for these NICU parents. Perhaps we can organise for them a underutilised car park to relocate for their parking. Point B, the assessment of the impact of increased unrestricted parking by permit holders on nearby residential streets and on the parking stations. C is the assessment of the impact on the local residential and business amenity. D, assessment on whether time limits and daily limits could or should apply to parking by the permit holders. Now that's all very relevant to the fact that permit holders, we're not just talking about 1 or 2 hours, they could actually need up to 16 hours of staying in the one position and not having the stress of going out and moving their car. It's also become very evident to us that the family parents of these babes are are having to be there for not just days or weeks, but actual months. So it's a very long process for many of them. E involves the assessment of other opportunities to provide additional parking bays in nearby residential streets and parking stations. So this is actually this includes also perhaps increasing the number of streets. But ideally, personally, I hope that we are able to utilise some more parking stations. F involves consideration of what is fair and sustainable number of parking permits to meet the demand. So what became evident to me with all the emails that was sent was that really I don't think an extra 20 will be enough. We may well need to provide a lot more permits than that, and I don't know if that's possible. And that's why I really didn't want to another reason why I didn't want to pass the motion tonight, because I believe we possibly could do more, but we've got to make sure we know these people don't have unrealistic expectations that because they have this permit, they're going to find a car space. We really have to be able to ensure that we have those car spaces for them. And once again, that will probably be dependent on our car parking stations. And G, that also the report includes a discussion with state government regarding its willingness to provide parking subsidies for parents of NICU patients in paid parking stations in and around Subiaco, as it does for the parents of some Perth Children's Hospital patients. I'm happy to read through all the reasons.
No, I don't think you need to read through it anymore. I think everyone's got the gist of it. Councillor Hammersley, did you want to second and speak to the motion? No, I've got you seconding it, so do you want to take that turn to speak?
Thank you, yes. Yeah, I support this because I actually think that the problem is not solved by just giving somebody a parking permit, because it just doesn't guarantee that they're going to get a parking spot. And a lot of things have changed. I mean, as I mentioned, I first lived in that area 40 years ago, but a lot of things have changed since then. But the problem's still here. But the parking stations are there. Look, the new hospital is going to be built the Premier has committed to it. They've got the funding. It was a big part of his election platform. He's told us that they're going to start in 2023 with the building. I'm sure they're madly designing it. There's been a few concepts floating around. Let's hope they've learnt their lesson from having a hospital in a place that just can't, deal with the increased population that we have, and that they build another car park. But meantime, these parents have real problems right now that we could perhaps solve, but I just don't know, because I wasn't given an opportunity to find out the facts, and this will bring it all to us. Now, it's a pretty long list of requests, and the staff are going to be busy, and I'm hoping that they can work through the issues and get back to us so that we actually can make an informed decision. So I'll be voting in favour. Thank you.
Any further speakers to the urgent? Councillor McMullen.
Just two questions. I'm going to support the motion though. The first question is this a direction for staff to go out and do all the things listed at points A to G? So if we approve this, we're asking for a report, but are we also asking them to go out and have discussions with King Edward and have discussions with the state and to do all those things that are listed? I suppose that's probably a question for Councillor Stroud. And the second question for staff is, how long is it going to take for all this to happen, and can we agree on a reasonable and achievable time frame? Thank you.
CEO.
Through you, Mayor Taylor. Yes, my understanding is that should the motion be passed, the staff would be authorised to proceed with all of those items listed from A to G. We would work on them as quickly as possible, but I doubt if we would have all of the resources available right at this stage to give it top priority, but what I would probably need to do is look at employing a temporary sort of employee or organisation to help us through this. As for a timeline, probably 2 to 3 months is not unreasonable given the circumstances and the breadth of work, but it's very important work that is required to be done.
Yeah, through you, Mayor Taylor. It's actually a question. Just the question to you is that, is it a common practice for councils to discuss with state governments about matters such as parking subsidies, or is that just is that something that you could do or would do?
Through the chair, I would suggest that's the only way that's likely to occur. They're not likely to offer subsidies without being asked.
You're asking me. Yes, that is something that we can ask the state about. Advocacy is something that we do all the time on a range of different issues, whether at an officer level or even up to the mayor. Any further speakers on the urgent motion of business? Well, under 4.7 and 4.8 of the standing orders, I'd like to make a few comments. I kind of don't really get this. I mean, 2 to 3 months and we're going to employ a new person, but we thought 20 permits was too much of an ask. That's what is my biggest problem with this. We seem to have, blown it, we've local governmentified it, where we've turned it into a consultant report and managed to delay it 3 months. So I don't think I can vote for this. It sounds like it's got the support of some councillors already who voted down the rather simple suggestion earlier this evening. Feels like this afternoon. And these are everyone's acknowledged apparently that these are real problems right now, but we're not solving it right now. We're working on a plan to think about how we could solve it, and I just kind of feel that that's not really something I can support. So now, is there any other further speakers before I look to Councillor Stroud to close? Councillor Stroud, if you'd like to close, please.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I just want to point out there was some collaborative effort with staff when I was forming a foreshadowed motion today, in terms of I just put these motions by them to see if they were quite agreeable and achievable. I'm a bit surprised now that there's a suggestion of a consultant. I believe that a lot of this work has actually already been done. In some ways, we have a pretty good wrong to say already been done, but we have a pretty good understanding of the stresses and strains that are going on in this community and so on. But we have to do, as to refer to Councillor Jennings' comment before, I can't remember what was it, Jennings, about complex being done simply can end up being wrong or something. We have to, there's no avoiding doing this properly. It goes back to the fact that is 20 enough, or in a few months' time, are we then going to provide another 20 or so on? Are we going to end up with very disappointed parents who couldn't find a park in the area? We have to do this properly, and we also have to consider, because the problem with what has been put up earlier was there was absolutely no consideration to the residential amenity and to the impact on residents. Now, I did try and contact as many residents as possible about the motion. I gave them the link so they could go to the site and read it for themselves and think about it and give me feedback. And certainly what came back to me was a great deal of concern. And in the short time I had, I've shared a lot of those emails with councillors. So I just recommend this motion to you. Let's move forward with it, please, and get on with it. Thank you.
I'll call the vote, please. And the motion is carried 9-3. So, councillors, we've now come to the end of our business for our meeting tonight. I declare the City of Subiaco Ordinary Council meeting of June the 22nd closed at 9:52 p.m. I thank everyone for their time and attention.